How are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Hope we're all well. It is Monday. It's time to go again. Let's turn the tunes down just a touch there. They're quite loud, aren't they? They are quite loud. It's, how did people's weekend go? Did everybody have a good weekend? I hope so. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Big stuff. Busy now, I think. We've got about, a little over a week until patch 10.2 goes live. We've got BlizzCon at the end of the week. This presumably means that there's going to be quite some streaming done from this point on. I'm thinking of the next day where there maybe won't be a stream, and I can't think of one. It's gonna be a while, right? We have Warcraft Rumble launching November 3rd. I am still playing that on my phone quite regularly. I might want to have a little bit of a log into that actually today at some point and see what's going on. I haven't planned my week. We got back late yesterday evening, and so I had house stuff to do. I did some house stuff. I watched the shamble of a boxing match. And then I decided I was tired and I was going to bed. So I didn't play video games at all over the weekend. So I want to do a little bit of catch up first thing this morning. I should probably start off by, at the very least, checking my auctions, right? Getting some stuff posted. Why do we not have Battle.net loaded? We do. We have it loaded twice. Oops. Can play the campaign early for Modern Warfare starting November 2nd? Yeah, probably not. What's this? Oh, the BlizzCon collection. Yeah, we'll see. Right, let's get this one on the go. Let's make sure we are in the World of Warcraft category over on Twitch, otherwise they complain if we don't have it all doing what I think it should be doing. Right, let me do a quick... Whoops, can't type today apparently. I'm just, yeah, there we go, checking my chat works. So good morning, everybody. Welcome, Twitch. We are still streaming on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Obviously, I appreciate most people join via Twitch, which is, understandable. But we are live on YouTube as well. This is a habit that I am hopefully going to keep, as it means things like the VODs are always on. The VODs are always instantly available, even if you join halfway through a stream and want to start from the beginning of the stream. Twitch doesn't allow you to do that, but you can go and do that over on YouTube, which is nice. Was expecting some more cities, but not complaining. I do want to play some cities. I need to work out when I'm doing everything this week. I do want to play some more cities for sure. We'll see. I need Arthur still. I at least need to get a couple of goes on Arthur, so I at least feel as if I have put in as good effort as I can. I have not done Arthur's for 2 days, so I've missed 2 bonus opportunities, so I feel bad. So I got to do a little bit of WoW catch up this morning for sure. Let's grab some expireds to begin with. Maybe we can get retail up and running at the same time. Bit of multitasking. Welcome in, Cheerleader, by the way. Good morning to you. Tried Cities 2 for about 4 hours, uninstalled it, and went back to Cities 1. I think it is quite buggy. It was confirmed to me that my problem with the commercial industry never having enough customers was a known bug, and there's a fix incoming, but that fix is likely to break people's games. So it's like, okay, annoying. I can see why they delayed launching it on console, because if they've barely got it working as you would expect on PC, yeah, console is a stretch too far, maybe. We should probably get some game sound on the go, at least. Right, let's get ourselves queued up for some horseman action. I'll try it again in a couple of months or so. It looks very promising, but yeah, it's clearly not finished. It's very, very not finished. I don't know where it comes from, because I don't think if you're a game developer, I don't think if you're like one of the troops per se, one of the actual game devs, I don't think you would be the kind of person who would want to release the product until it is ready. Which means this trend, that is not a new trend, by the way, but it's a trend all the same. This trend of releasing games way before they're fully cooked, this must come from the publishers, right? They must, this must come from above the developers. This must come from the publishers who are like, right, we need the game to launch at this time. And it's so frustrating when games aren't just being released with a few bugs and that stuff here and there. Games are all the more frequently being launched just 6 months, 12 months away from actually being ready. It's kind of an odd one. But I guess, money speaks, right? Welcome in, George. Good morning to you. Welcome. It's the higher-ups, business types, get promoted without understanding the game development, so games are broken, but they still make money. Well, see, this is it. This is the problem, right? Is that if you are a first adopter to a brand new game, you are likely to, they've got your money by then. This is the thing. They've got your money. It's GG from there. And this is why, this trend started way back with way back in the day with like early access and stuff like that, where they were, dare I say it, I've never particularly liked the whole early access thing too much. But at least they were kind of being, or I kind of felt they were being honest with it, right? I think they were at least you're being honest if you're saying this game is still being made. If you wish to pay us some money to help further the development of this game, that is a risk you're willing to take, but you can play the game as it currently stands. It was a transaction that's a little bit more understood. If you make a game and you say, boom, here it is, it's launched 1.0, you expect it to be done. Let's grab a coffee real quick. 250 euros for second alpha of Ashes of Creation. Woo! Spicy. That's another game that is definitely taking its time. We've seen a few things from there for sure. Come on, Headless Horseman, let me in. 4-minute queue time. We should be good with 4 minutes. Let's get this lot posted in the background. See, I don't mind as long as the transaction is kind of transparent, if they are honest up front, I don't mind. This is why early access, it's like if you want to pay for early access to a video game, you know full well that game is not ready yet. And developers are using that as a way to generate revenue to further the development of that game and get it to as good as they want it to be. And some people out there do it right. Satisfactory, I think, is a game that has kind of done early access right. The very, very core version of the game that they launched was more than playable. And the game is still in early access until the developers, consider the game like feature full. Until they have implemented everything they want to in the game, then the game is ready. And yeah, I think they've managed to do it right. Hang on, I heard a ding in the background. That must be Headless Horseman on the go.
Go in peace.
Let's start this mailbox again and go, get me an Arthas, right? Want me an Arthas. Very happy again I decided to try Game Pass. Sorry, WoW. Understandable. I'm surprised, you know, that Game Pass hasn't... I don't know how... I don't know if everything needs to be a subscription service, honestly, but you feel nowadays when you buy a game, even if you pay full retail price, you don't feel as if you own that game anyway. In terms of the fact that, you know, most games are still coming out with like always on internet requirements and this sort of stuff, and heavy DRM. And then often the game will tap into a server, and if, you know, 2 years down the line they decide that they don't want to support the game anymore, they just turn those servers off, and then all of a sudden you don't have the product you think you bought. So, you know, in that this is why physical, and this is why physical media is, it's a shame physical media is dying out. But your physical media discs for many years haven't really been physical media. They've been your license key to connect to a service. Oh, I stood in the fire there. Oops. So yeah, I probably wouldn't want to see everything go subscription based. But Game Pass, like, considering what was it? Starfield? I think I spent €100 on Starfield. I spent €100 on Starfield. That's 10 months of Game Pass access. Which, in the grand scheme of things, makes Game Pass very, very, very competitive. Now, do I agree that on Game Pass you tend not to get the full feature versions of games? You get, like, the core standard game, and you still have to pay for the game if you want, like, the extras. No, I don't like that, but Game Pass could easily be more of the Netflix of gaming sort of thing. I like Starfield, another one I tried on Game Pass. It's just difficult for me. I had high hopes for Starfield. The first few hours of gameplay before you get too deep into it were good, but it suddenly dawns on you that this is actually the formula of the game for the next 150 hours, and I wasn't willing to repeat the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. It wasn't that fun. I couldn't fall in love with the story, so I don't think I'll revisit Starfield at any point. Am I hyped for the next patch? Hype is... I'm not that hyped, if I'm honest. And the reason I'll say that is because it's my opinion on it is maybe not the most favourable. I play the game, I play WoW in such a odd way compared to the average player. It means I look for something very different out of a WoW patch nowadays than most do. Most people, if, you know, a new Mythic Plus season, a new raid to conquer is enough to keep them busy. And, you know, cool, a new zone to have a play in. For me, I care so much about the crafting, the economy side of the game. I enjoy collecting things. I like leveling up all of my alts with their different professions and stuff. And unfortunately, this time around, 10.2 doesn't really offer me a huge amount. It's the same formula as they used in patch 10.1, which even I thought 10.1 was average. I assumed 10.1 was going to be the average just keep you busy patch until 10.2 would be the bumper patch with the big sort of mid-expansion upgrades that we've become accustomed to. But obviously if Dragonflight is rumoured to be a much shorter expansion this time, we might not be getting that 10.3, and we might not be getting that bumper bonus mid-expansion sort of upgrade to stuff that we've seen in past expansions. Obviously, Shadowlands was distracting because every single patch had something hype to chase for, from my perspective. A new rank of legendaries to acquire the recipes for, to craft and to sell. New crafters marks to collect on different alts to be able to create the new catch-up gear. In between all of that, you could continuously be leveling alts, playing through the zones, setting up your mission tables, like building your factory, as I always like to call it. Dragonflight hasn't really provided that same... It's not hit the same nerve for me, unfortunately. Average equals dog shit, okay then. It's not going to be a terrible patch. This is Dragonflight in a nutshell, right? Dragonflight will go down as a very average expansion. In terms of the fact that they haven't really done anything fantastically daring or revolutionary. Well, Dragonflight's been so incredibly safe. Safe does make it feel very average, but at the same time, they haven't done anything to piss anybody off particularly. So it won't have a negative reputation long term, but it won't. There won't be anything particularly stand out in Dragonflight when we look back at it, unless of course they well, we'll see what comes with the next, but... Both Battle for Azeroth had serious itemization issues, which is obviously problematic in an RPG, right? Because that's kind of what keeps most people busy, right? The gearing system is critical. And BFA, they just didn't get that right for the whole expansion. So I understand why lots of people look back at BFA and they just didn't enjoy it. Shadowlands had the problem of that everything that you did felt like a chore, and you also felt that chore list was just unnecessarily large, and that every single patch you were having to... You felt obliged to spend hundreds of thousands of gold in game gearing up via the legendaries to then only have to feel as if you should be changing them every single patch. It was too much too fast as far as Shadowlands is concerned, so that annoyed people. The constant power creep and the imbalance of covenants, definitely didn't help. So you can. This is when you look back in hindsight at these expansions, right? And in hindsight, you can say, right, well, BFA had these problems and Shadowlands had these problems. Dragonflight won't have any of that. Nobody will look back at Dragonflight and be like, oh yeah, Dragonflight had this big problem and so equals bad. But at the same time, they've not really done anything particularly. They introduced dragon riding. Woo! But outside of that, there's really not much. I shuddered when you at the word covenants. It was an interesting thing for them to attempt to do. A very interesting thing for them to attempt to do. And I'm surprised they did it the way they did. But then I think everybody was surprised they did it the way they did. Chilia, thank you very much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You did find a button, and such a good button it is. Thank you, thank you. I like the professions but hate the grind. The rest is below average for me. I miss the simplicity of old professions sometimes. I think where the I don't mind the extra complexity with. In fact, I vastly enjoy the new complexity with the professions. What I don't enjoy quite so much is the final implementation of how everything is glued together. Some of the components by themselves work well, but they don't gel together properly. Such as, the crafting order system just didn't integrate into professions like it should have done. It didn't integrate into it just didn't integrate into the profession generally. Again, I think that they had plans for the crafting system that kind of got put in a cupboard and forgot about because of the expected shorter expansion. The profession spec trees, though, very cool. Like the spec trees a lot. I disagree with you being able to fill the spec trees, though. The spec trees should have been a choice that you work towards with, some smart but costly way of changing your mind to incentivize you not to do it too often. Because you are not specialized by the time you have the tree full. Because if you have your tree full, other people also have their tree full. And so then neither of you are specialized. So it's kind of an oxymoron that the spec trees allow you to specialize when ultimately you all work to the same point. So you are no longer specialized. That's where I think they either had plans to do something else with these and then didn't, or it was just, it's so often the case I see with Blizzard. They start with a really good idea, and it's the implementation of that idea that is difficult for them to actually achieve. Problem with that is that costly is relative, and if you're a profession goblin carrying the gold cap or multiple characters, there's very little they can do to it. Well, the reality is they just need to be smart about it. Costly doesn't necessarily mean it's going to cost you gold. Obviously, if you use the currency gold, then costly is very relative. But I've had the idea that they could even make the professions account wide now. So say, for example, you can only have, let's say there's 100 points to fill the tree. I know there's a lot more than that, but let's assume there was only 100 points to fill the tree. Let's say you could only ever get 75 points. So you can't make other alts because those alts can only, all have access to the same tailoring. Your professions would become more of an account-wide thing, which would prevent alt armies from just like making 12 tailors to cover all grounds. That you would have to choose to specialize into something then that way. And you could have it so that gold was not the respec currency. You could have the respec currency be multitude of different things, but you could very, very easily, look at the creation catalyst, for example. You have charges, and once a charge is generated, then you can reset your talents. Maybe making it so that only once or twice, maybe like once every major content patch, they give you a respec for your profession tree. If you fuck it up, you got to wait till the next patch to unfuck it up, but maybe then that's the decision, or that's where you should choose to not fuck it up, if that makes sense, There's lots of... Let's not forget, this is not a real world. This is a 100% created sandbox environment. Whatever you can dream up, they could, in theory, do if they wanted to. So, if there is a problem, it can be solved. You still have 5 points to use, but if you've done all the tree, they're just extra points. For some reason, the game allows you to collect more points than you can spend. You can actually technically turn spare skill points into Artisan's Metal. They added an NPC to do that. Not that I think you really would, because once you've filled your spec tree, why are you collecting more? How long are we looking for this? Should be about a minute until this pops. I'd like to see them re-implement profession quests from Legion. Maybe if you've unlocked X amount of the spec points, you get locked into a capstone, and then that unlocks a quest chain for various recipes. Yeah, there's loads of stuff they could do. I still, to this day, say Legion was one of the best expansions for professions because it actually had some gameplay attached to it. There was still some slightly disgusting RNG aspects of crafting back in Legion, but Alchemy, I'm looking at you. But all that aside, there was still, you know, actual quest lines. You felt as if you were progressing something. You could, you know, spend an afternoon on your blacksmith doing some side quests and unlock a few things, and, you know. Bought myself 2 million worth of the Zawalek glow spores. Now I think I should have bought more when they were at 10 gold. Have they gone up in price, have they?
Looking for something special?
Where's glow spores then? 17 gold. Yeah, this is where you just flip to the flippers, right? You flip to the flippers. The gold making in flipping materials is done before the patch even goes live nowadays. By the time 10.2 lands, glow spores will be back down to 10 gold again. But what you do is you buy early. You buy early, the early bird catches the worm. You buy early and then you sell them to everybody that's late to the party that's still trying to stockpile for 10.2, unaware of the fact that people who were paying attention have already done just that, and you're buying somebody else's stockpile. Oh, should we have a bit of a time warp, shall we? I can't remember off my keybinds. And it's still early. Coffee has not kicked in yet. Oh dear, and I keep taking too many stacks of this debuff. Hang on, I have to concentrate on my mage, otherwise things go horribly wrong. I can't play mage on autopilot like I can hunter. That was close. This is taking an awful long time. What is going on here? Oh my god, I'm top of the DPS meters. That's why it's taking a long time. Sheesh! Sorry, boys and girls. I was not expecting this to take, like, a million years. Oh no, and I'm being stunned in the fire. It's all going horribly wrong. Oh my lord. That was risky business. Oh, we ain't never getting this off it. I swear he doesn't exist, you know. Okay, sorry. Where did we get to? Is that actually a problem? I think I decided the debuff was kind of irrelevant. Well, it's... I mean, if you don't ever take any damage, yeah. Is this dude just spawned? Because I can't see his corpse. Yoink. What did we get? I found this rare War God Docker is a rare over in the Isle of Giants, but he drops these 1,000 rep tokens for all of the Pandaria reps, and he drops like 4 or 5 of them sometimes. And so I'm slowly collecting these to finish the reps on some of my alts that need it. And he spawns every like 45 minutes. The old age, you know, just leave a character logged out and hope you log in and the rare's up sort of thing. Right, next character. After last week's stream, logged in, queued for Headless Horseman, got the pet, so it does exist. Absolute scam. Absolute scam. Congratulations, though, on the Arthur's pet. Some are not so lucky. Banned, yeah. Do you think Ceravite ore price will go a bit higher? I feel like most of the 3 professions ultimately depend on it. The problem with Ceravite ore is it's what I would consider a byproduct. And so people are out farming for ore. They're out doing mining with the goal of getting glow spores, with the goal of getting draconium, with the goal of getting cascarite. And passively along that journey, they're just getting more and more ceravite. The whole economy is kind of bottlenecked by, well, glow spores pretty much at the moment, meaning I wouldn't suspect that ceravite will really move in price. It's the most common of the mining materials. There aren't anywhere near enough uses for it outside of jewel crafters prospecting it that don't need some other material as well. So, for example, whenever you're using ceravite, you most also are probably needing some sort of rousing of some sort at the same time. So this is why ceravite has just stacked up and up and up and up and up, and hence why it's basically free. So no is the answer. I don't suspect ceravite is really going to go up in price. But it's good you're thinking. It's good you're thinking. Get the brain juices flowing. The Grand Awakened conspiracy, indeed. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, ceravite ore at the moment. I would also point out that big chunks of it have disappeared recently. There was over 2 million ceravite ore not that long ago. So some people have hoovered some of it up just, you know, because it's so cheap. You could turn up and you could take, you know, 1 million ceravite ore out of the market. You could literally... You could borderline reset the whole market for less than 1 million gold, which is why, you know, it only takes one person to try. It only takes one person to try. That one person will probably have a sad day in the office when they can't resell it. But it only only takes one person to try. Right, how long? 7 minutes. I want to go play some City Skylines. This is just busy work right now, and I've spilled coffee all over my desk. What a donkey. That's hot. Oh, flipping great big coffee stain on me mouse mat. Oh well, what are you going to do? Coffee related injuries. It could be worse. I could have like spilt the whole thing. That's why it's good it has a lid on it. Keep getting the sinister squashlings. Those goddamn flipping sinister squashlings, man. Sheesh. I learnt my lesson by failing to reset the blue silken linings and ended up with about 40,000 of them in my bank for 3 months. Yeah, resets are a delicate art that I have learned historically that when it comes to resets, there are some things you shouldn't try and reset. Materials is one of them. Materials is one of them because, especially nowadays, within a matter of minutes, like one thing that most people don't realize before they try and do a market reset is that what is on the auction house is only a fraction of what actually exists in people's bags and in people's mailboxes. Meaning that, if a reset happens very, very, very quickly, you'll see a flood of them back on the auction house. And in some cases, because the price is now higher, everybody will be posting theirs, whereas previously they wouldn't have done before. Meaning, actually, sometimes you can do a reset and within an hour, there's even more available at an even cheaper price than what you bought them for on a reset. It can go so horribly wrong so fast.
How may I aid you?
I need to do a craft, I've noticed that I've just sold 20 wild vine. Why am I selling wild vine? And why am I selling it at, what's that, like 750 gold a piece? Is somebody doing a madness on Wildvine? No, there's nearly 1,000 of it available. I mean, sure. I bought 252 wild vine a while ago for an average of 450 gold, it looks like. And so far I've been selling it out for an average of nearly 600 gold, slow and steady. Then randomly something like this happens where somebody comes in and buys 20 of it for no reason. I'm sure they had a reason, but I still use Wildvine for the old crafts that keep selling on the auction house. Well, this is why I was quite happy to buy a bunch of it when I saw it cheap, because I know it's A, expensive, B, a pain in the ass to farm, and C, is still occasionally used. So they're some of the things that doesn't make it a totally terrible idea. Oh, 9 minutes on the queue for this. What I can do is check my pets while we're doing this. See if we sold any pets anywhere. Not checked these for a few days. I feel like Okay, yeah, that's probably the reason why. I've somehow managed to make way more coffee than I usually do. $8K in pets. Is that a single pet sale, or is that a couple of small little piddly ones? A Killbot 9000. Anything cheaps? A rebuilt mechanical spider. Go on then. I wonder if where's my... Is it that one? Is there like a graph for any of this? History? Oh Lord. Okay, that button doesn't want to work. Or is it maybe it's thinking about it, but it takes a long ass time? No? Oh, I broke it. Come this time next week, we'll know what the new expansion is. It's very true, actually. It's very true. It's getting close. It's getting close. BlizzCon, I think, is going to be good this year. I'm going to be hopefully streaming during most of the important stuff. Now, obviously, I have the slight problem that, you know, time differences. I'm not staying up all night watching BlizzCon, just for reference. Especially since it's going on over the weekend. But we will be streaming during, like, the big events, is my plan. What's Motive Harmony used for? Motive Harmony is used for a whole bunch of things. Not only is it used in a bunch of crafts, big ticket craft items, but it's also a currency for buying recipes. It can be used as a catalyst for creating some materials. It's just generally all around used in a bunch of stuff. The irony is that Spirit of Harmony is still one of the more frequently botted materials, even though it's like crazy years old at this point, just because it is still used in stuff. Which is a bit odd, but you know. Hope the con is good. I think this year's BlizzCon is going to be one of the bigger BlizzCons we'll have ever had. Simply because we've got a new announcement for World of Warcraft, which is obviously hype. Always hype. We have whatever is going to be announced about the Microsoft acquisition will be, if nothing else, interesting. I have a sneaky suspicion we're going to find out more about a Diablo 4 expansion. We have Warcraft Rumble literally launching on the day of BlizzCon. There's a lot happening this year. an awful lot happening. I think it could be quite fun. Mote of Harmony is usually cheaper to buy and then make the spirits. Same for Rousing to Awaken quite often. It can be, but you've just got to be very careful and remember that the auction house takes 5%. Often you might find there's like 3 or 4% profit to be had, but then by the time the auction house has had their cut, you're actually at a loss, which you've got to be careful of. And then listing fees for it, as they're not free to list either. It doesn't take long to accidentally end up in a deficit with doing that. Oh, did we not pick up that pet we bought? We must not have done. Plus, if you end up needing a lot of Spirits of Harmony, having to buy a lot of motes and then just convert them takes time, which is also annoying. Sometimes I guess I'm one of the few that is more likely to be happy paying the premium so I don't have to do the busy work. Wow, it's like Streamlabs was listening. Yes, I do have a new World of Warcraft Rumble. Sorry, a Warcraft Rumble YouTube channel. It's only got a few hundred subscribers right now, and it's only got a handful of videos on. But it might have... it might see... I'm interested to see what's going to happen if the videos on that on that YouTube channel start getting a big spike of views when the game goes live. Macro them into abilities and just make them whilst doing world content. It's clever. Bought 70,000 Spirit of Harmony for about 60 gold each and are now reselling them for 90 gold each. That will happen. Oh, we got a Q-pop very quick there. Oh, of course, we're queuing as tank. That should be, you know, almost insta-queues. There's a lot I could and should be doing in WoW this week with 10.2 turning up so soon now. I actually, I've still not done my world tour for Tricky Treats to get the last two toys I need from this event. Maybe they might have to wait till next year at this point. I always tank him over here and I don't know why. Should I start prepping for 10.2, try and cash in a bit? Basically start making money? Well, the honest answer is stockpiling now is not a good idea. It's too late. We're at the point now where you got to remember the region-wide auction house is a different beast. Meaning if you are not first to the party, you're probably easily swept up in hype. It's been such a common thing for so long for people to buy materials before a patch goes live and then sell them when the patch goes live. That's been such a common strategy for so long that it's embedded in people's brain. And so many people have yet to realize that it doesn't work like that anymore. it absolutely 100% doesn't work like that anymore, simply because far too many people try and do it. The time to make your gold for the patch is actually before the patch goes live. So, in theory, you could be doing one of two things right now. You could, if you had already bought a bunch of materials, like we're talking 4 to 6 weeks ago at this point, you could have got them so ridiculously cheap back then because nobody needed any of them and nobody was paying any attention to 10.2, that you can actually sell them now. Selling them now is the best time to sell them. You should be selling your stockpile materials now because they're at the highest point they'll probably be, because everybody is or the majority of people are thinking the same. They're thinking, should I be buying some stuff? Most people probably don't know that they were half the price they were only a couple of weeks ago. They're already double the price. They're not going to double again. They're going to go back to the price they were. You sell to the resellers. It's just the way the game is evolved now that we have the region-wide auction house. The very second, and you also got to remember there's 1 week of the patch before the season starts. Now, what historically tends to happen is the very second the patch goes live, everybody dumps their stock back on the auction house, expecting there to be magically huge demand for it. There's unlikely to be much demand for things in the first week. There'll be a little bit by people buying some for the shipments, but that is not going to be a massive spike, I don't think. I honestly feel a lot of people have got this wrong. I think people have bought huge amounts of materials expecting them to vastly go up in value because of this shipments, not realizing that people can just pick and choose whatever is the cheapest at the time. The entire market is not going to rise by 50%. That just wouldn't support itself. So in essence, just be really careful, because the prices you see on materials right now are probably higher than what they will be in patch 10.2. Be aware it's just very risky. I mean, you can obviously 100% choose to completely ignore me, but if you take anything away, just be aware that like buying materials to try and resell them is super risky, because people already have. Profession stuff, though. I mean, there's not really what I'd consider preparation to be done. The same thing is just, you know, as you would always have wanting to be done. You just want to keep them as, you know, you want to push them as far forward as you can get them. And if you'd been doing that for a while, you'd probably have most of the professions maxed out by now anyway. This kind of, in a roundabout way, leads me to why I'm not like super hyped for 10.2, because there isn't really a huge amount of great opportunities for people to utilize the professions. Honestly, like there's I can count the amount of new recipes on one hand that matter. We've got 3 new embellishments. And of course, enchanters get to make the crests. I'll bundle all the crests as one, and then Dracothists are a thing again. So literally, there's only really 5 things that most people would really care about. 3 new embellishments. I don't even know how good these new embellishments are, but the fact that they've rebalanced the old ones, presumably to make the new ones look as attractive. Yeah, that's practically it. "77 seconds. Let's see if we can get in nice and quick. This is why I'm kind of quite in a way, I'm quite hyped for BlizzCon because BlizzCon will be sort of like new info season. We'll obviously learn what the new expansion's going to be. I suspect there's a very strong chance, and I've said this a few times already, there's a very strong chance we'll start seeing an alpha for the new expansion really quickly. If they want to release the expansion much earlier in the year, then they have to get the alpha out like almost straight away. Because usually you have sort of 6 weeks or so of alpha, then it disappears for sort of 4 to 6 weeks whilst they do stuff. Then you get like an 8-week beta cycle. Then you get like, you know, pre-patch run up. You get the final season silliness. It's 6 months, 9 months sounds like a long time, but in game development, it's not. Like, it's usually almost a year before an expansion comes out that we start to see stuff about it. So, based on that, if they really are looking to push forward the release schedule, because we cannot possibly have 10.2 for like more than 12 months. If that is like I said, this is all, you know, guesswork at this point. But if they are expecting us to have 10.2 for like nearly a calendar year, that's going to be a hard sell. That's going to be a really hard sell. I think I will heavily contemplate putting World of Warcraft down for like maybe even 6 months to focus on doing something else if that's their plan. How are we doing, Bear? Welcome in. Good morning to you. They've already got 10.2.5 ready. Yeah, I saw that. 10.2.5 is hitting the PTR. They run 2 PTRs in tandem now. 10.2.5 is already... You can't do anything with it, but it's, you know, it's data mined as being there. So they are clearly continuing to push forward at the same sort of pace that they have with Dragonflight, which might and hopefully would mean that, you know, a summer launch of the new expansion is possible. I wouldn't say it's probable, but it's definitely possible. Didn't you buy a 12-month sub? I didn't buy the 12-month sub, but at the beginning of Dragonflight, I just bought 2 years of game time with tokens. Because the tokens were cheap. So I have, that's only for one of my accounts though, so I'm not too stressed. Not too stressed at all. Right, I think that's almost... Still no Arthas again, by the way, today. We are never lucky. I mean, I could... I'm not going to faff around with 12 other characters to try and get Arthas, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I could cycle through all of the characters I don't ever play, and it could be an absolute travesty, which I'm not too keen to do. I might now just try and hyper blast through my pet realms to make sure that they're all listed. And honestly, we might go play some City Skylines after that. I was having a lot of fun with City Skylines last week, even though it's, you know, it's by no means perfect. I was having a lot of fun with it. 10k. We sold a Stanley. Lord Stanley. Any pets on the cheap? That Swoglet's pretty cheap. Why are these so cheap? Not sure.
Hello there.
Cheddar. do. Do you sell pets on realms where they're at higher value? In a way. My system for reselling pets places isn't super optimized. If I wanted to, I would like be heavily scouring for the absolute cheapest places and taking them to the absolute most expensive places, but that requires a little bit too much like hard work. I take a bit of a spaghetti at the wall approach. I make sure I only buy the pets when they are vastly underpriced, and then I cage them up on a realm where there isn't one. Why is Cheddar default prices actually? I should. That means he's not in my TSM groups for some reason. Neither of these are in my groups. Let's fix that real quick. Oh, hang on. The wife is calling. Please hold. Quick break for 2 minutes. This, boys and girls, this is why you always answer the phone to your wife. Would you like some sushi for lunch? I'm on my way back from Helsinki. Yes, yes I would. Yeah, I would absolutely love some sushi for lunch, thank you very much. Right, put you two in there. Right. That'll do. That'll do. I forget you don't live in the UK. Thought Helsinki was quite a distance for a daily commute. Yeah. Yes, it is. From the UK, Helsinki is what, like 3.5 hour flight? So it would be quite the commute. Anything on my wish list for new expansion, professional goal making wise? I'm sort of. I want them to soften up their approach. I don't want the crafting order system to go away because I think it does actually have its place. What I would like to see the crafting order system do is I would like to see it being integrated more so into the actual auction house. I would like them to then also rebalance the crafting order system to be a more of a custom order system. So the subtle difference there being is that it should be a way for players to pick up something that's not already readily available, or a way for them to continue using some of their own materials that they might have towards the cost of creating something. But I would want the emphasis to not be on the crafting order system as the only way to get something. I think having that be the case is what I think is really bad about the crafting order system. I think you should still be able to sell base items or base variations of items on the auction house because it's the most convenient way for players to both buy and to sell crafted gear. Why would you actively choose to not use a system that is, without question, more convenient? So say, for example, a elemental lariat necklace, crafters should be able to make them using all of their own materials and then to post them on the auction house. And then somebody can buy the base version of an elemental lariat necklace, as it will be quick and easy, and they get that piece of gear like straight away. And then they can take that item and they can use the recrafting system to get it recrafted in a way that is custom to their liking as and when they need to. I think that starts to make a lot more sense. That is more of an evolution of the Shadowlands system rather than, you know, what they kind of done with Dragonflight is they didn't really take anything that they learned from Legendaries. The only thing they learned from Legendaries is that people didn't want to pay 100,000 gold every single patch for a new piece of gear. And so they were so careful to make that not a thing. They made people... They made the entire system cheaper, but with greater levels of inconvenience. So there are definitely some... It's more tweaks to the crafting system rather than like fully new implementations of things. What do you call them? The multi-craft, the resourcefulness, the inspiration, that sort of stuff I think is really cool. Perception, deafness, finesse is cool. I think that is well worth sticking around now. It does blur the lines of how much things cost, which is good in an ecosystem where the materials that you're picking up actually matter. This is why it's still slightly problematic in Dragonflight, because the harsh reality is that all of the basic herbs and all of the basic ore are bottlenecked by the acquisition of the Awakened still to this very day. So there's been nowhere for the oversupply of base materials to go. And so they've just stacked up and up and up. And as they stack up and up and up, their price goes down, 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 down. So it's had some sort of bigger knock-on effects. They could definitely... they don't have to do much. They could take pretty much 90% of what they've done with the new crafting system in Dragonflight and take it forward. Tweak a few things. And they could get a really, really, really good system in place. The other option, which I do still think is entirely possible, is that they just do a straight hardcore, put it in reverse 180 and go back to exactly what we had prior to this. Like, go back to like BFA style professions. Because that's a safe haven for them again. I would definitely not want to see that happen, and I'm sure if they were to do a complete 180, I cannot imagine I would probably still want to play the game for much longer, just because it would feel like such a massive backward step. But you know, I don't think Blizzard care that much if they lose one player. Simple things like Synvit ore at 331 at the moment, as an example, and the Elythium ore is usually around 10 gold a piece. Yeah, I would imagine that even Shadowlands ores still has value. And the reason that those things still sell is that people still consume... There's still a desire for all of it. Base legendary pieces still sell because people pick them up for the transmog appearance now. It's a something that does still sell, and so all of the funneling of all of the materials that happened in Shadowlands into the base legendaries still happens to this day, just obviously at nowhere near the scale it did when it was current content. Right, I need to fire through these realms a little bit faster. I need to make sure I remember to actually scout the auction house and see if there's anything to buy as well. My pet collection's quite low. Also, the farming of Torghast for the individuals for the transmog has increased the Phantasma legendary as well. Yeah, there's a few. These are sort of that's a really good point, actually. It's like that's kind of one of the byproducts. It was, you know, nobody in their right mind was crafting the Phantasma one back in the day, but now they've got a really good reason to do so. And so there are these subtle changes from one expansion to another that keep some of the old materials relevant. It doesn't. I mean, they're very situational, but it's nice that it does. What you don't want particularly is what often happens towards the very end of an expansion where they release a new wave of... Look at all the materials from Zereth Mortis, for example. The materials from Zereth Mortis, which let's not forget is content that is still technically less than a year old. You know, this time last year we were still in Zereth Mortis, right? This time last year we were in Zereth Mortis, but I imagine most of the materials from there now are like dead, because they were only used in like 3 recipes ever. Nothing that was ever going to really carry on, which is a shame. Apart from Progenitor, well, even the Progenitor Ascentia is probably 50 gold. What do you mean? I still go there now. I reckon there's probably still a few people in Zereth Mortis farming up the pet components and the, what was it called? Were they called Genesis motes? What were they called? Yeah. But I'm talking about, like, you know, the new leather and that sort of stuff. It's probably all dead. Genesis motes and lattices. There we go. They were the ones. They were the ones. If 10-1 maps are still useful in 10-2, but nobody stays in the zone, isn't it better to farm the 10-1 map? Yes. Yeah, yes, definitely. We looked at this on the PTR. Whilst you can get glow spores in the new zone, it's... while you can get the glow spores in the new zone, it's kind of far more efficient if what you're trying to get is glow spores to go back to 10-1, which is, yeah, weird. There were 1 or 2 that are still worth something, but the rest of them in my bank lost about 1 million on the lattices now. Lattices died. I would imagine that it might still be a little early for the demand for them to really kick in. The ones that go into making the mounts, I think, will always hold some sort of value, especially because they're a bit of a pain in the ass to get your hands on otherwise. The issue is that as a reward structure, pets and mounts isn't anywhere near as attractive as it once was. You know, because there's just thousands of the damn things. We're going to hit 2,000 collectible pets, I imagine, by the next expansion, which is just madness. Not sure about your server, but my server of the Zaralik Cavern is just a plague of bots. It's... yeah. This is a problem. They have figured out the cavern, the bots, for sure. For sure they have figured that out, and especially when they get if they get access to Pathfinder and get access to regular flying, it will be more problematic, but you've got to ask yourself the question, how many of the bots are actually going to get access to that? Although knowing them, they can probably bot Pathfinder as well, so who knows?
I know a buyer when I see one.
Bots will do what bots want to do, realistically. I'm not so interested in buying too many more of these, if at all ever, but they are pretty cheap. It's too early to be worrying about the lattices gaining any value. It's not even been a year yet. Yeah, we always welcome in K-Chat, by the way. Good to see you. We heavily suspected that was going to be a real long game market anyway. You want to wait until. I suspect that Zereth Mortis will be a zone that. I mean, some of you have even said it in the stream here just now that some of you are still in Zereth Mortis occasionally from time to time. What you need is enough time to have passed that like practically nobody is there. That's when the value of the stuff from there starts to rise.
You drive a hard bargain.
Oh, the Varuth's guillotine. That was that got people's speculation going. You know, people were thinking a lot about that one. Should I buy it? Should I sell it? I know Student in this is 2x4 farming group go back to Zereth Mortis to farm up that guillotine occasionally. There's no denying it looks cool. It looks very cool, so I understand why people want it. I bought many of them when the server-wide trader happened. Price is still going up because nobody wants to farm them. Yeah, I wouldn't hold on to too many of them. But at the same time, if you are... It's one of those, right? That if you're in absolutely no need to sell them particularly quickly from a needing the gold perspective, then you do as you please. Slept on a lot of them because I just couldn't be bothered. There was a huge, vast amount of stuff in Shadowlands I didn't touch, purely because legendaries were just too easy. It was such like it was not easy in terms of it still took a long time to do the legendary stuff because you were obviously permanently crafting on multiple characters and relisting and cancel scanning and all that sort of stuff, but like the concept of legendaries was so lucrative at some points that doing anything else with your time other than something that went towards making more legendaries or making more legendaries more effectively was just pointless. Like the Crafter's Mark gear, I barely touched it because, well, for starters, there was a lot of overlap with the materials. And so those materials, I could either put them into a legendary and make a lot of gold, or I could put them into a piece of catch-up gear and not make a lot of gold. So putting them into legendaries was the right choice for me. I didn't do much of the mission table stuff simply because I was far too busy crafting and selling legendaries. It's a huge amount of things that I could and should have been doing, but wasn't. Where do these Crimson Swoglets coming from? And why are they all so cheap all of a sudden? I don't know. We'll flip them for like 3 times the price. It'll be fine.
Glad I could help.
How many gold caps did you make in Shadowlands? I don't know. It's impossible. Well, it's difficult because my turnover
You don't want it.
was ridiculous, right? There was periods in the expansion where I was probably averaging about 3 to 4 million gold in sales every day. The turnover was just absolutely stupid. There was a point in Shadowlands where I think I peaked like 106 million or something like that. Was about as high as I got in Shadowlands until I kind of got bored with just like the repetitiveness of it. And we started doing some other things, but there's
The pleasure was all mine.
I never really cared too much about having large piles of liquid gold. I had somewhere in the region of about 30 million gold of pre-crafted legendaries across like 3 realms at some point. I often kept a lot of my gold in stuff to sell because I had no problem selling it. It was like, even with the cancel scan thing, right? You spend... One thing I used to do, a trick I used to do, was on a Sunday, because of course I don't necessarily stream on the weekends. On a Sunday, I would probably sit down and, like, I don't know, maybe watch the UFC or something on a Sunday, just kind of very passively cancel scanning in the background. And I'd do that for like 5 or 6 hours on a Sunday, and Monday's mailbox would be like nearly a gold cap. And of that, probably 2 million of it was profit. And you could just rinse and repeat that process every week. So, it did add up. This is ultimately why Shadowlands and its legendary system has vastly changed what I consider something that's worth doing. There has to be something that's very, 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 very lucrative right now for me to bother going and doing it. If I'm going to have to trade my time in to do something, the payoff has to be vast. And so regular things like, farming up any materials or anything along those lines just doesn't qualify for me as even worth thinking about anymore. Until, obviously, my gold gets low enough again that I actually might need to make some more, but I'm alright for now. Wow, 59 sinister squashlings, 1 silver. Lol. Would you recommend gold world quests for people starting out with gold making? My recommendation, probably more so than anything now for people starting to make gold, is be prepared to not make any gold for a long time, but do what is needed to put yourself in a position where something changes in the game and you are able to take advantage of it.
You break it, you buy it.
In essence, this relates to, you should probably, if you do not already have a lot of your professions in order, if you do not already have 12 alts, you should probably be spending your time leveling alts. Mostly because there is always something, even if it's not super, super profitable, there's always something that you can do very quickly on a character that makes a higher than average amount of gold. So something like running the feast, for example, still. You could run the feast if you had, a handful of alts. that could run the feast quickly. You know, every week, instead of just running probably no feasts, if you just run the feast on every one of your alts, the more alts you have, the greater the chance is that you'll end up with like 2 or 3 or 4 alchemical flavor pockets each week, which still sell for like 50k a piece. There is rarely a time where having lots of characters can't be an advantage. You can almost always do something if you've got lots of characters. So in times like this where you could smash your face against the keyboard and go out there farming world quests to try and make gold, you'd probably quite quickly realize that that's not very fun, and you spend a lot of time doing it for not much of a payout. Whereas if you spent the same amount of time leveling up alts, so that you have, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 near to max level characters, or at least expansion ready characters. So like in today's, you'd look at like level 60 plus characters. You can get a level 60 character really quickly nowadays. If you spent more time leveling up your amount of characters that you have access to, then, you know, it's often much easier to do those quickly log on, do a thing, log off, do it again like 5 or 10 times.
Goblin products are built to blast.
It's more about sort of trying to build that build a system for you. I often refer to this as like making your gold making factory. Going out farming is very limited because it requires you to spend time. You can, in theory, nowadays only go out farming on one character at a time, and so could everybody in theory, meaning that you don't really have any way to give yourself an advantage over others. If you go out farming materials, well, I could go out farming materials, and this guy could go out farming materials. Now, all of a sudden, the amount of materials we gather is going to be about the same, and then we're all going to be in competition selling them. Which means it's going to push all of our rewards down. You want to try and get yourself in a position where you have that advantage over other people. And one of the best ways and easiest ways to do it is just to have lots of characters. If you have lots and lots of characters, you'll always find something that you can do that other people cannot do as much as you can because of all of your characters. My only goal now is buying the most expensive expansion pack with the tokens. Yeah, I think we're going to find. I mean, the dare I say it, the token price is already pretty ridiculous. It hovers around 400k right now. If we get an expansion announcement, and if we even go as far as to get an expansion pre-order, which Blizzard are not shy about doing. I think we might start to see a lot of people desperately trying to scrap around and make some gold to like buy the expansion. People set themselves that as a target that, you know, by the time the new expansion comes out, I want to be able to buy it with gold, so then I don't have to take my credit card out, which I guess is a fair goal for people. Got to see how the new expansion goes, re-professions, before I know whether it's worth setting them up with a system for professions. This is the thing. This is, like I say, you want to prepare before something like that happens, because often what you see so frequently is something new gets added to the game, and then people react to it. And then people try and set up all of their alts, and then they try and level everything. If you'd already done it, it's done, right? for example, in season 1 of Dragonflight, I leveled up the reputations. Sorry, the renown paths for like the Tuskars and stuff. I leveled up all of those on my 4 alts. Not because there was any real need for me to do that, but just so that if there was some advantage from having that going into the next patch, I'd already have it. It was already done. It's that level of preparation that will give you the advantage over others. A sand scarab. That's more than I would want to pay for a sand scarab, but it's not a bad price for one, to be fair. Could make 50k on that. Oh, I don't actually have enough gold on this realm to even buy it. It means I'd have to faff around transferring. Alright, well, forget it. Or you end up setting up 30 characters with cloth transmutes in the first 3 days of the expansion for Blizzard to leave the bug in the game for about a month, making them almost useless. Yeah, I know how you feel. I know how you feel. Sometimes you know, some people make investments using gold, some people make investments using time. It's the same theory though. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. I mean, I feel very much the same way with Dracothists, if I'm honest. That one exploit that was left in the game for too long screwed me over. But I'm not salty. I'm not salty at all. I regret not having an Alchemist Goblin alt for the Dragonflight launch. To be honest, I play Alliance, but it would have made a massive difference to the probability. For some reference, having that +5, I think. I mean, this was one of those things that most people didn't really even understand that the hidden skill value was a thing before the expansion even went live. I'm going to be brutally honest, even with the amount of testing and playing around with stuff I did on the PTR, I didn't fully work out exactly how the hidden skill value was working until the expansion had actually gone live. There is some reasonably good. I've run out of gold on this realm. I need to transfer some more gold over here because there's some cheap pets here. Maybe I'll do that another day. I was making bank on the profession tool enchants until that became common knowledge. Going to make sure to have every character with a racial professional skill bonus use that profession from now on. There wasn't many that really made an effect, right? You had night elves and inscription? Was it night elves and inscription? No, who was it? There was one for inscription that could take advantage of it. There was Draenei, Jewelcraft, Nightborn enchanters, Nightborn scribes, yeah. Draenei's and the jewel crafting, goblins with alchemy, and blood elves with enchanting. But blood elves and enchanting had its own problem. Enchanting had its own problem that you could do even better than that without being a blood elf. but that was very clearly an exploit. So, yeah. This is something. If somebody asked earlier what wishes I would have for the new expansion, to put it simply, one of the things that has plagued my enjoyment of Dragonflight, this expansion, is the amount of bugs, the amount of exploits, the amount of clever use of game mechanics that have been available. And not only have they been available, they have taken much longer to patch out than I think is acceptable. I never expect anybody to be like 100% squeaky clean, right? But this expansion has been... There might be recency bias here a little bit, but I think that this expansion has been one of the worst for bugs and exploits within the economy that we've seen for a long time. The fact that I can quite clearly name like multiple exploits that have happened this expansion, and at the very same time, I seem to have seen almost no repercussions for anybody abusing them either, which is quite sad. Still, that is still not me recommending people do it, because I'm not stupid enough to recommend people go out exploiting the game, but I really do wish Blizzard would do something a touch faster about fixing them, because, yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. Did I cage up? I did. I think it's really sad they didn't build on the crafting system. Was so excited at the start of the expansion. Was expecting them to update it more, patch by patch. I don't think the same developers that built the system in the first place even work for Blizzard anymore, or even if they do work for Blizzard anymore, I think they've been reassigned to a different department. I think that's partly the reason why we've seen, you know, practically nothing improvement-wise for the profession system. Secondly, the speed in which this expansion has happened. Now, you got to remember, we're still technically a year since Dragonflight launched. It's Dragonflight hasn't even had its birthday yet, and we're already basically waiting for the new expansion, right? And if rumors are to be true, that there's not going to be any 10.3 and that we are likely to get a summer expansion launch next year, if those rumors end up being even remotely close to true,
New shipments coming in soon.
I don't think they're going to touch anything with the professions between now and the new expansion. It just doesn't seem to make... It's odd, right? It would be really nice for me to be able to believe that the profession system is actually a pillar of play like Blizzard claimed they wanted it to be. But the truth be told is I think that was just clever PR spin to help sell the expansion, honestly. That was them justifying the time and the effort they put into the crafting professions in the first place.
Pleasure doing business.
I think it was a bit of a soft promise. I don't think they really planned to keep that promise. Not sure how they could have punished people doing it though. Removing the ill-gotten gold is one thing, but it's a bit complicated if they've laundered the money through other stuff since, and bans could have caught innocent people who didn't notice it was happening. Well, this is half the problem, right? You have to, if you do not have, you know, strict systems in place to deal with these sorts of things, then when they do happen, you are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place that you kind of can't do anything about it for your aforementioned reasons, right? For the fact that, you know, when somebody buys something off the auction house, they don't, you know, there's no real direct link to the player. Like if that player had made that item through an you know, they can't start taking items away from, removing items that were falsely created from the game, because you're actually then taking them away from players that thought they were legitimately buying them, because they did. They bought it off the... It is messy. It's not very neat and tidy, and it is a problematic thing. The best solution is to just make sure those exploits don't exist in the first place. Or if they do exist, that you squish them, and you squish them fast, so that they have as little impact as possible.
That's it. I got mouths to feed, pal.
There's a post with Avalorian suggesting that there is a 10.2 with Tyr and Alexstrasza as raid bosses in a mini raid. Oh, 10.2.5. Yeah, I don't pay much attention to any of this leak season. I would much rather wait and see what Blizzard have to tell us next week. I don't get too caught up in leak season. It's just not my thing. Some people like to spend a lot of time thinking and speculating, that sort of stuff, but as far as the leaks, I'd rather just wait until we get told what it is. Is there any rush in 10.2 to get the Dream Warden rep? Anything juicy tied to a noun? If I'm correct, recipes are dropping from the event. I don't think there's... Obviously, there are lots of crafters out there who are intrigued to get the Niffen rep up quick because of the recipes and stuff, and the barter boulders and that sort of thing. 10.2 doesn't seem to have much of that. I think people still naturally want to level the reputation. People want to feel that when they're doing a rep grind, that they're doing it in an optimal way. Because it's a grind, right? For most people, they don't want... If you could spend 3 days doing something, or you could spend 14 days doing something, why would you not choose to do it in 3 days if you can, sort of thing? It's almost regardless of the reward. It's just purely the fact that you can to why people want to do it. That tends to be the sort of the pattern I see players do. It doesn't even need to be much of a reward to grind it out. But when you think about it, if anything, you've got the first week of 10.2 before the new season starts to keep yourself busy anyway. You could just keep it, if you can get the new rep done within a week, then that's fine, right? Do some super blooms, collect some new pets and mounts and that sort of stuff. This, I think, is likely to be what people will do in the first week. I don't think they're going to sway. It's not going to sway too far from what most people tend to do at the beginning. Kill all the rares. People will figure out if there's a rare rotation. People will spend a bunch of time farming the super blooms as many times as they can. They'll try and get as many seeds as they can. They'll try and germinate as many seeds as they can, give themselves as many opportunities as they can for the new pets and mounts. They'll level up the reputation. And I tend to feel that a huge, vast amount of the player base will have 10.2 done before the season even starts. There's certainly not like a steady rollout of content, I don't think. And if you really want to, I think you could probably have 10.2 pretty much blasted before the season even begins. Meaning that once you've gone and killed the boss, and once you've gone and got your arena rating, then you can, you know, wait till the new expansion. .2 is an underwhelming patch. You can get like rank 18 in the first week, and most crafters aren't going to get anything that is interesting in the new patch. Yeah, I don't have anything particularly negative to say about 10.2. It's not like there's something in there that is like just gross and it really turns me off from playing it. But at the same time, I could very, very clearly see, like within minutes of even playtesting the zone, that it's just 10.1 but painted green. It's like it's borderline exactly the same. So if you knew what you were doing in 10.1, you can do the same in 10.2 and you'll be all good.
New shipments coming in soon.
It's been kind of the theme of this expansion. Well, it was weird. They kind of front-loaded a lot of the stuff, right? They gave us 10.0.7 where obviously we got the Forbidden Reach, which was, if anything, a bit of a surprise. Even though it was clearly a filler patch, it was a surprise that they gave us a new zone with a bunch of rares to kill and the vault and, you know, a couple of you could trigger a few. There was a bit of profession stuff even in 10.07. It was a really odd time to get that patch. But that leads me to believe more and more so that we're going to get a summer launch for the new expansion, because they clearly have done most everything they want to get done with Dragonflight and are more than keen to start like moving forward with it. Interesting to think the professions will basically be done for the expansion since mid 10.1. We've kind of got into a rhythm, right? If you've played the game for, you know, let's say you've played the game since Warlords of Draenor-ish sort of time, you've kind of just got into this rhythm of like you have an expansion launch. And then you have a major content patch that doesn't really do too much for professions, but maybe you go to a new zone and maybe there's a couple of things to keep you busy with, right? But then you have a patch where you get like a second wave of materials and a bunch of things to craft with those materials. BFA, for example, you had the tools of the trade system, so you had something else to work towards with each of the professions and something to go out and do. And then you had the final patch of the expansion, which was just kind of closing everything off, giving access to everybody to go and quickly go and, you know, all the catch up and stuff. And then you go into the new expansion. That sort of 2-year cycle we kind of got quite just comfortable with. And now that it's sped up, and now that we're clearly going into a new expansion a bit faster, and for the second expansion in a row, it looks like we might not get a traditional 0.3 patch. You know, it does mean, unfortunately, that like the flow of stuff is just feels off. But again, you've also got to try and bear in mind that if you have played this game since like Wrath era, or even before Wrath era, you have played the game a long time. It's very, very likely by this point you'll have started to see patterns and started to see the repetitiveness that does happen. Yeah, you just gotta look in the mirror and be like, you are old. God damn. I mean, I would imagine. Hang on. When did WoW's nearly 20 years old, right? So I've played World of Warcraft for more years than I haven't played World of Warcraft, if that makes sense. Which is crazy to think about it, right? Blizzard have had their share of money in that time. They've had their share of money for sure. It's not all come straight from me. Since the day the token was implemented, I in theory have had no need to ever pay for a Blizzard product since. That doesn't mean I haven't. I have put my hand in my back pocket sometimes because it has just been easier, quicker, more simplistic to do it. Like starting my multi-boxing adventure, I think I did buy 3 accounts, like with money, real cash monies instead of gold back then. But there's been very, very little reason since the token was added for me to actually spend money. But that doesn't mean that Blizzard hasn't made money, because obviously they take their cut off every transaction of a token. So they're good. They're happy.
Goblin products are built to.
Rumble channel seems to be picking up nicely. I've not posted anything there for a while, but I think there's a few hundred subscribers on the Rumble channel now. Yeah, it's been a few weeks since I've posted anything, but let me put it this way: that a brand new YouTube channel that's got 240 subscribers on it and only 7 videos, for any of the videos at all to have more views than I have subscribers is like crazy, right? And there's only one video that I've posted that hasn't really performed in any way. Every single one of the videos I've put out on the channel. The irony is I get more views. I'm probably in the next week or two likely to get more views on this channel than I do on my main YouTube channel, which is ridiculous, right? But getting more views than WoW videos, well, I think they might, right? I think if I actually want to, if I wanted to put some time and effort into this channel with a bit more focus, I could probably get this channel up to a few thousand subs, and you know, that's a nice second stream of income. Wrap it up, boys. Goal making's done. Why don't you put them all on the one channel? Why a different one? That's mostly YouTube reasons. I suspect that whilst there will be some crossover in interest between Rumble and regular WoW, I don't think there's enough of a crossover audience for me to, because this is a mobile game, right? It's a mobile game, and some people are naturally very averse to mobile games. Like Marmite, they either have no problems with it, they love it, or they absolutely hate them. So I didn't want to, go too deep, because I could run them. There's a handful of reasons. My main YouTube channel, I'm starting to feel less. The main YouTube channel, I have less issues with posting other stuff on. I have less issues with posting, well, pretty much anything on here now. But I wanted to keep the Rumble stuff a little bit separate. It's hard to explain why, but I did have my reasons. Bathroom breaks don't last long enough to play mobile games. Eat a few more Big Macs, then you'll spend hours in the bathroom. Putting Rumble on the main channel will kill it. YouTube is an interesting beast. You do have to kind of somehow play the YouTube algorithm a little bit. I don't like playing the YouTube algorithm, but you can't deny it's definitely a thing.
Come back anytime. The pleasure was all mine.
Nothing to
Can I
cage
lighten
up.
that coin purse up
Let's
for
get
you?
these listed. Is Rumble out now? Is it still in beta? November the 3rd it launches, so Friday. What we're going to do when no commodity items will be region-wide next expansion. Maybe... What? Whoa, hang on. What we're going to do when no commodity items will be region-wide next expansion, maybe because prices are going to be really low, and we don't forget, of course, people undercut 24/7. I'm going to... I'm not sure I entirely understand the question, but the region-wide auction house for commodities, this expansion, has changed the landscape a little bit, but the very, 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 very cheap prices on a lot of the materials right now isn't strictly just because they're region-wide. There is a little bit more to it than that.
Can I interest you in a payment plan?
It would be entirely possible... It would be entirely possible for base materials to be worth more than they are right now if there was a few more recipes and a few more things that could be crafted that would hoover up a lot of these basic materials, which there isn't. As soon as you start crafting basically anything, you almost instantly start needing like either rousings or full awakened, which actually then acts as a bottleneck. It means you can't just buy 10,000 Ceravite ore or 10,000 Hockenbloom and do something with it. You can buy 10,000 Hockenbloom, but then you also have to buy 10,000 Rousing Frost. And Rousing Frost is a more scarce item. And so the rousing becomes the bottleneck. And hence why some of the materials are like super duper mega cheap. So Blizzard could tweak things, so it's not strictly the region-wide auction house that has caused things to be super cheap. For non-commodity items, it will be interesting to see, so like armor and pets and mounts and weapons and things like that.
What do you want?
It'll be interesting to see if they do switch, if they do make the move to making everything region-wide. I think it would be very fun if they do. I would be so interested to see what happens to like the transmog market, for example, because the transmog market is propped up by the fact that they're somewhat difficult to get items. You can't, if you want a piece of transmog, it's a little bit difficult to go out and get and farm for a specific piece of transmog. That's usually not the way it works. It's usually that somebody farms in a spot and they collect 50 different things, all of which are semi-worth something. But, somebody else could go out and farm for the same time in the same spot and get 50 different things to the first person got. And then when you have like 100 separate auction houses...
Pleasure doing business with you.
Your competition on any single item usually might only be one or two other people. You smush all of that into one big auction house, and transmog takes a hit very quickly. Which would be... I mean, I don't know exactly without really thinking about it how that might play out, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. What's the add-on that puts the gold cost into the battle pet window? This is called TSM... No, what is it? It's rematch TSM string or something. Rematch TSM pet values, maybe? It is rematch, and you need rematch TSM pet values. And then, of course, you also need TSM, because that's where it's pulling the prices from. Oh, hang on. I can hear the garage door going. I think the wife might be home. Which means it might be sushi o'clock. It might be time to switch over, play some City Skylines for an hour or two. Maybe we need a video or something to watch while I do some eating. Something to react Andy to. All level 70's done. 8 more sinister squashlings. Oh no. Oh no. I don't even know how many sinister... Oh, a searing scorchling though. For 60k. Yoink. Nothing cheap. Musashi wrapped it up on the black market auction house for only 1.5 mil. I don't know nowadays if that's a good price or not. I mean, it sounds pretty good, right? That sounds pretty good. React to some insane clickbait expansion rumor vids if you can. I'm sure there's plenty on YouTube. Oh yes, the wife is home. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. Let me sort some stuff out. I'll be back in 2. Okay, we are all fooded up. We are all fooded up. This is beautiful. Actually, we should probably press this button for a while, shouldn't we? Haha! The irony, I am actually eating sushi. I need to put the microphone a touch out the way. I might sound a bit weird for a few minutes while I'm eating. Some of you are weird and want to watch me eat food, but... Did anybody have any suggestions for something to watch temporarily while we eat some food? I'm running out of pet realms to list things on. Huh, I've just spotted. Actually, I'm semi-interested in this. I've just noticed that Towley has had a sponsorship deal by the looks of things with Blizzard to make a video on Rumble. I'm very intrigued to see what his initial thoughts are on it, because I bet they've probably given him an account, and I bet they've given him a massive, great big stack of gold to distract from the fact that it's quite pay to win. What's this one? Laser Beast Gaming. Or Laser Beast. Oh, the new Druid forms. New Druid stuff. People love themselves a good Druid. People love a good Druid form. Mr. GM did a video on the Druid forms a few days ago, and that thing absolutely went bananas. You got 200k views in like 24 hours or something stupid on it. What's this? Why do massive ships still use ropes? Oh god, that's a bit of me. That's a bit of me. What's good? Hang on. This is kind of this is a possibility right here. Okay, here's to hoping like reacting to this won't end up causing copyright strikes for my channel, but you know, I'm sure they'll be friendly. Hang on, let's make sure you guys have got some audio. Right, we'll watch this while I eat some food quickly.
To keep themselves alongside a berth, but when the weather picks up and the ship starts surging, we have a problem. The force applied by the ship increases, sometimes even exceeding the braking load of the ropes, leading to one of them snapping. Up on deck, the force from the braking line whips it across the ship, striking a crew member who sadly doesn't survive the injury. Although this is a fictional scenario, the story is all too familiar to those who work on ships, so why do massive ships still use ropes? And given that they do, what can be done to keep the crew safe, and is there an alternative? When ships come into port, they need to stay alongside the quay to be able to load or unload cargo, take on stores and fuel, and allow the crew to get ashore. It's been the same for thousands of years, and in that time the solution hasn't really changed much. You simply tie a ship alongside using mooring ropes. Obviously, ships nowadays are somewhat larger than ships from years gone by, but rope technology has also improved to such an extent that smaller ships can still be secured by only 1 or 2 ropes. The minimum is obviously 1 line forwards and another line aft at less than 45.
Is this one of those questions, right? Why do ships still use ropes? That doesn't really have a sensible answer, but this is going to become a 5-minute video telling you exactly that, well, because ropes just do what ropes do, right?
5 degrees to the ship so that each line both keeps the ship alongside and stops it from moving forwards or backwards. Remember, of course, that a ship tight alongside won't move forwards and backwards anyway due to friction between the ship and the quay, so the priority when using only 2 lines is just to keep it alongside. To increase the security of the mooring, you'd come up to what's known as 1 and 1, fore and aft. This means one headline or stern line at each end, plus one spring line. The headline and stern line keep the ship tight into the berth, and the spring lines act to stop it from moving forwards and backwards. As the ship size increases, it's a simple case of adding more and more lines until you get to the typical arrangement used on the largest ships, 6 and 2, fore and aft. Usually, this will be 2 headlines leading around 45 degrees on the bow, 2 breast lines at almost right angles, 2 lines between those, and 2 spring lines with the same sort of arrangement at the other end. Obviously, the exact arrangement depends on the positioning of the mooring bollards and things, but this is a...
I'm not the only one that is thinking, what the hell, right? I see, this is what I absolutely love about YouTube, right? Sometimes you look at YouTube and you're like, why did somebody even have the idea of making this video? But more than that, somebody has not only had the idea to make this video, they've made this video, they've animated this video, and it's done 177,000 views in 48 hours. That's wild. This is, see, I've lived on the internet for long enough, and this shit still amazes me.
a good general example. 6 and 2 holds most ships pretty securely, but if you're expecting the weather to increase, particularly an offshore breeze or something, you will run more. The most I've ever seen was 9 and 3 I think, but when you're in that territory you'll also be bringing thrusters online and calling up tugs to help out as well.
Is this along the same lines as, like, this is like train spotting videos, isn't it? It's very niche. This dude was like, the most I've ever seen is a this and a this. I was like, what? What? This is what the internet is for. Like, quite literally.
If you don't, no matter how many lines you have out, chances are that some of them are going to start parting. A few months ago, you probably saw in the news when a cruise ship in Mallorca got caught in strong winds and parted a load of mooring lines. They ended up anchoring outside the port until the weather improved, then returning to collect the passengers. The problem is that once one line breaks, it can start a bit of a chain reaction. If, for example, all lines are out with even tension, maybe one of the breast lines breaks, but then the load that it had been carrying is suddenly distributed among the remaining lines, possibly pushing them over their limits as well.
This graphic reminds me of, what's that, what was it called? What's that game where you have to make a bridge across, like, well, you have to make a bridge, right? And the bridge, then a car has to drive over the bridge. Like, what was it called? Poly Bridge or something? Where you have to make sure your bridge doesn't fall apart. Seems exactly the same. Maybe we should play that on stream sometime.
Of course, what's actually more likely is that one line was tensioned more than the rest initially, so once that line breaks, then the load is distributed better, so the ship is actually more secure. Either way, when a line does break, the most dangerous place to be is on the mooring deck. The act of tensioning a line inevitably stretches the line, storing up potential energy which is released when it snaps. That release of energy causes the line to whip backwards, which, if the line was straight, will make it snap straight back. The thing is, on a mooring deck, lines take all sorts of different paths, from winches, around bits, through fair leads, and down to the quayside. When one of these breaks, a section will still whip straight back, but it will then take a different path every time it turns a corner. These areas are known as snapback zones, and it's vital for seafarers to know where they can be. In the past, it was common for snapback zones to be painted onto the deck, but that had the unintended consequence of making people believe that anywhere outside the painted area was safe. In actual fact, on most mooring decks it's actually better to think of the entire deck as a snapback zone. It does depend on what the mooring line is made of course.
Okay, I love myself some random trivia, but even I am like, this is getting slightly beyond even my acceptance of like random dumb information. It's cool and all, but I have never thought this hard about a rope before in my life. Without question. Have we got any other suggestions, boys and girls? I don't think I can make it through the last minute of this. Video Game Donkeys Spider-Man 2 review. Who's been playing Spider-Man 2? A video about sushi.
Today we're talking about one of the most anticipated games of the year, Spider-Man 2, except this time I'm pulling a Starfield and I'm handing off this review to all the web heads out there. Me, I'm just the referee on this one, so you cannot get mad at me. It's like basketball. Nobody ever gets mad at the referee. Best that PlayStation has ever released has to be Game of the Year. 10 out of 10. Holy shit. Best game that PlayStation has ever released. Oh my god. Better than Last of Us, Uncharted, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, God of War, Knack 2. I knew this game would be good, but I didn't think it was going to be Game of the Year good.
10 out of
Better than
10.
Wrench,
GG.
Better than Starfield, better than Baldur's Gate. God damn. Spider-Man has done it again. Marvel Spider-Man 1.5. 6 out of 10. No.
Oh, no.
Drop it down to a 7. Dallas, what happened? Did you lie to us? You said Game of the Year. You said best game Sony has made. And now I'm hearing from this guy, Spider-Man 1.5? Am I a moron for buying a PS5 to play this?
Oh, look at this. There's a little 3D guy in there cooking food in his kitchen. Oh, he's in this one too. He's in the next apartment over.
He's doing it in
he's
everyone.
upstairs, too.
A lot of people are making the criticism that this game is too similar to the first game, and I think we all know these are all jealous Xbox fanboys that are trying to tarnish our magnificent brand. The difference between these games is night and day. The old game, it looked great back in 2018, but, okay, Spider-Man 2, this is clearly better in every single way. Wait, this is the first one? Oh shit. The game does a few things better than the previous two. However, the content is shoved full of specifically North American political messaging.
I heard this guy dips his hot dog buns in tomato juice before eating them.
Which made it really hard to take it seriously. It's a shame that inside...
Do some people out there, and I've started to spot this, right? Do some people find politics in everything just to complain about politics? It seems to be a thing, right? Like how can it be that political? It's a video game. Chill. Like, it doesn't matter. You see this all the time. Like any time there's ever a re-release of a Grand Theft Auto, sure, but then again, politics does exist everywhere. It annoys me, right? I try to have, as some of you guys may know, I try to have a relatively politics-free stream. Simply because it's such a frustrating thing most of the time in like the real world. I think people play video games to escape that kind of shit, right?
Insomniac's talent is wasted on something like this. My recommendation is to play Spider-Man for PS4. 5 out of 10. Damn it, man. Why did I buy this piece of shit? This was such a mistake. I thought I was going to be living it up. But now here I am spending $700 on a PS5. $70 on Spider-Man 2 for a 6 out of 10 experience. Wait a minute. I'm still in the process of playing the game, but so far it is my clear-cut front-runner for Game of the Year. 10 out of 10. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, Sony Army. We knew. Am I right or am I? We knew. And with that, the gamer score is going all the way up to 10. 8 out of 10. That's not high. Put more people on my side. This game is perfect. I knew it. Before I even saw a game, before I even saw a trailer, I knew it. Boom. 10 out of 10 gamer score. I knew I wasn't stupid to buy a PS5 from a scalper for $1,000. Game of the Year, perfect game. That is what I'm talking about. It's a 6 out of 10. Are you fucking serious with this? My PS5 crashed a total of 7 times while fighting the lizard. Well, that's gonna drop... Wait a minute. Pepsi Man X360?
I think he's biased. Xbox 360.
This dude doesn't have a PS5. He's playing Spider-Man on Xbox 360. No wonder it's crashing. Okay, his score doesn't count. We're still at a perfect 10. Stupid Xbox fans. Your consoles cannot handle this game. Spider-Man 2 has good playability, good controls, good mechanics, good movements, good graphics. It has better graphics than Horizon Forbidden West, but Spider-Man 2 is not a 10. Because woke stories and character genres changes. Unfortunately, Peter Parker is not
woke
a comic
stories.
book man, but a weak man. Miles Morales is the main game character, a bored and racist Spider-Man. At least Kraven is a true man, a killer without mercy. Well, thank God they added Kraven to the game who kills people, because that is what makes you a good person. The intro for Spider-Man 2 PS5 is one of the best intros for any game ever. Yeah, I gotta say. The set pieces in this game are crazy. The Sandman fight, the shit where you got the Ratchet and Clank power, the set pieces in this are crazy.
This is the next generation
of entertainment.
Cars glitching in Spider-Man 2, but people are saying Xbox fans are forcing these bugs or glitches to happen. Alright, let me look at this. Yeah, this is
those
Xbox
cars
fans
are not
doing
meant
this.
to be
You can
there.
tell they're playing this on Xbox 360. Finished Spider-Man 2. It was fun. A silly glitch I encountered.
Ah! Oh
Yeah,
dear.
this guy's definitely playing on Xbox. Here's a silly one from me. Okay. I
Went straight
present
through
to
the
you
wall.
all the strangest bug I've ever experienced in all my years of gaming. Well, now you see what this guy did wrong.
It's just
playing
not
on
loaded the
GameCube.
graphics.
The future of entertainment still
Oops.
has some bugs to work out.
PlayStation's first-party output in 2023 was atrocious. That's why they forced out Spider-Man 2 instead of delaying to patch all the bugs. Why is Redfall on there like that was a win for Xbox? I would rather play Spider-Man 2 than all the Xbox section.
Look, we've had Starfield and Redfall on here. Oops. I've not even heard of Ghostwire. Minecraft Legends, obviously. Age of Empire. 2 Age of Empires. Okay, sure.
Bang. Spider-Man 2 is the greatest video game ever crafted by man. The story and arc of its characters can only be compared to the Bible, a story literally crafted by the hands of God himself, pushing the PS5 to its limits with graphics only comparable to reality. The gameplay can only be described with words such as perfect and flawless, perfecting the combat of video games with the addition of the greatest pairing system ever crafted. The way the abilities that you get right at the beginning of the game make you actually feel like Spider-Man. Heck, Insomniac even managed to pull off making MJ missions enjoyable. The evolution of the open world compared to the first 2 games are immeasurable. All the missions found in this game's expanded New York are enjoyable even down to the smallest things like having a conversation with an old man and the Howard mission. Oh my word, the Howard mission is the greatest and saddest thing a human can experience. Everything down to the perfection of the character design. Oh my word, I can't believe that the human mind crafted this perfection. Everyone needs to experience this perfect game at some point.
Is this
in their
review
existence.
legit?
All right. Fuck this video. I'm going to play Spider-Man 2.
And you know what? Screw it. It really did make me feel like Spider-Man 2.
There we go. I must admit, it's been more and more tempting to buy a PS5. You know, there's the UFC game that I want to play, but that's console exclusive. Spider-Man 2 has looked pretty good, and I'm quite sure there'll be a couple of more good reasons for me to get a PS5. I'm desperately trying to justify it to myself. It's maybe not necessarily working too well, but I mean, I already have a controller, so I'm halfway there, right? Clearly halfway there, but Age of Empires 2 is nostalgia. Before WoW, I played that every 3 minutes. Age of Empires is just legendary. There's no doubt about it. It's one of those games that just has legendary status without actually, you know, you might not have played it for 20 years, but it's still just cool. It's still just very cool. My other half loves the Spider-Man 2, can't get him off it. That's a solid endorsement for sure. I think it looks quite cool. Spider-Man is just cool, isn't he? This is the thing. He's one of those superheroes where, you know, he just has the cool factor. Doesn't need to try too hard to find Spider-Man cool. PS5 clearly a business expense. Well, yeah, I could probably get away claiming it as a business expense. You know, it means I can save a bit of cost on it, but still got to make the money to buy the thing in the first place.
Glad I could help.
Right, I think I've actually mostly finished relisting all my pets as well. I've got this one last realm to do. Let's get this one last realm to do, and then we can decide what we do. I either probably am going to play some Warcraft Rumble, or we'll go back and play some more City Skylines. I was having fun last week with City Skylines, even if it was a bit of a buggy, glitchy mess at times. Let's get these listed.
Have I got a deal for you?
Anything cheap over here? Not anything that I want. Okay. I don't think we made too much in pet sales going through these, but, you know, every little counts. About 100k or something. Probably not, you know, probably not actually that worth doing, because that 100k is just revenue mine. That's not, like, straight profit, but...
Glad I could help.
Did we sell any more? Should we check real quick if we sold any more of that wild vine? I was surprised we sold as much of that as we did. This realm is probably done now. Let's switch you off.
Greetings, traveler. Be careful.
No. 15,000 of wild vine for somebody. 3 of air, 5 of air, 5 of air. Just slowly getting rid of all of these Dark Moon cards that we ultimately crafted at the beginning of the expansion. Lol. Oops. You win some, you lose some. I think it's time to play some City Skylines, boys and girls. I'm feeling some City Skylines. I can't remember where we got to in our little in Goblinville. I can't remember where we got. Should we go and have a look? This is where I need to remember to change. No, not control panel. Why did City Skylines go? I'm on my 4th city now? Jeez, slow down. Give others a chance. Right, let's change this Twitch stuff, because Twitch complains at you if you're not in the right category. And actually, Cities has its own in-game tune, so let's kill the music. Right, where did we get to? Where did we get to? Load game. We got to a little under 19,000 population. Now, I wonder if there's been a patch or anything to fix this incessant problem we have with commercial. Probably not. Where did we get to? Yeah, we were doing some expanding, weren't we? We were building out across the river now. We were building out across the river because we decided that all of the pollution that's coming from our industry over here was slowly but surely smogging out all of my residential area, which they are not best pleased about by the looks of things. So, yeah, we wanted to slow down on building new residential over here, because what did we say? Like the wind direction or something's going. Yeah, this pollution field is slowly coming over here and gassing out all our residents, which they clearly are not happy about. So building down here is a smarter move. Now, we have no more land tile expansion, so this little area is going to have to do us until we can move up to... Where's next? Great City. Sorry, Great Town is our next one. We get 12 expansion tiles, which will be nice. I had to abandon one city after I flooded it whilst attempting to do some terraforming. Oh no. Oops. Oops. Yeah, terraforming is a bit of a tricky one. We built some bridges. We've started to get some peeps in here. We should probably build this out a touch more. What I haven't done is really paid much attention to traffic, but it's kind of odd. It's kind of odd how anybody who lives in a winter city or a country that has snow will also understand that you tend to remove the snow off your car before you go for a drive, right? So why did you just do a Yui? But when you go out for a drive, you tend to take the snow off your car. How is this person meant to see? I get it with parked cars and stuff, right? But maybe if the cars are on the road, visibility should be improved a touch, right? Auto drive Tesla, maybe. Even the people on bikes, right? They got snow on their visor. And nobody said, run, Grandma, run. Actually, looking at this, you know, we got a bit of traffic here, mind, but generally speaking, you know, I don't think... Where's our traffic hotspots going to be? Over here, clearly. This is the highway coming in. Surely if we're going to have a bottleneck anywhere, it's around here. This seems to be... okay. Where's the traffic view? Hey, you know what? I'm quite happy with that so far. We do not seem to have any major traffic problems anywhere. Admittedly, we've still got less than sort of 20,000 people in the city, but it does bother me a little how micromanagey some stuff is and how other stuff is just totally overlooked. It bothers me when you merge highways into a road and it just puts lights there and only one side can go at a time. It's very weird. Oh yeah, that doesn't sound as if it's doing what it should do. Right, I guess we've got huge demand for residential here, and the only way we're going to get to a big town is by getting some more people in here. So I think we should probably build this area out just a touch. Get some more peeps in here. So let's extend this road out a touch. Let's take that out this way a bit more. Keep that as a main road. These main roads, these bigger roads should have slightly higher speed limits. What are the speed limits on these? 50. These have 50 speed limits. These smaller roads have 40, which should mean that people stick to the main roads to get places. Like, for example, it would be more sensible for them to come across the bridge and go down here rather than, like, doing this sort of silly... I don't know, whatever. But it makes sense. Let's put some more smaller roads in, like, this way. Why does that not look straight? What have I done with that there? How have I messed that up? Oh well, it'll be fine. Once again, trying to make the place not look too blocky, if I can get away with it. There's probably not any simple way to not make this look too wiggly, but is this the Finland map? Did you end up buying the expensive version? No, I went the exact opposite route. I cheaped out. I picked this up on Game Pass, so I basically haven't paid anything for it. It does mean I only have the base version of the game, which unfortunately doesn't come with the doesn't come with the extra maps. I don't know. I like putting these little things in sometimes just to break up the squares. I think it makes things look, I don't know, a touch more interesting. Hopefully it incentivizes different building types to turn up here, that's all. Let's put some residential in here then. Both medium and, well, we can put, if we put some row housing in this section, we can get some row housing in there for some medium density, some more low density in and around here. I should keep them happy. We're probably going to need some shops over here, but on the basis that I think my commercial is just bugged and broken, it's I don't know how they're going to need stuff. Oh, somebody's conked it. Who's dead? Waiting for a hearse. 6 residents, not anymore. Not anymore. Right, we should be getting some more people going in though once these build up. Do we have any more like signature buildings? What's this one? Theatre Actor Mansion. +4 well-being within a kilometre. If we put like him there. Boom. This is the signature theatre actor mansion. +4 well-being for everybody around here. That should keep people nicely happy. And gave us 500 experience towards our next milestone. We need a few thousand XP points. And then we'll get high density business and an increased loan and 12. This is what's more important to me, expansion permits, if I'm honest. So I can capture out a lot more of this area. This is probably, if we look on the map now, our next 12 points probably should be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 8 here. And then keep the 4 to, I don't know, build out a little bit. I mean, if we ever need any more industry, we can very quickly and easily build more industry out this way. We just need to build more over onto this side for more living space for people. Feels sensible. Lots of people dying. Our death rate seems to be pretty ridiculous. What's causing this? We have good overall coverage for healthcare by the looks of things. So this is our citizen health. Now, obviously, these guys are in Smog City, which is why their health is maybe not perfect. But most other places, it's not too bad. Healthcare coverage is good because we built this Hooning Great Big Hospital last time. This thing is still costing me a bomb to have up and running. Lots of hearses floating about. There seems to be a cluster of dead going on over here. Is this because this is where the cemetery is? That would be because of the cemetery, I guess. 9 out of 15 vehicles are off shipping dead people. 199 out of 5,000 capacity in the cemetery. We also have a crematorium here, which is working speedily. What's this hospital doing for us right now? 500,000 a month upkeep. This thing's so expensive. So expensive. I seem to have no way to make this cost less. I know, pollution, I know. Are people using our buses much more now? We're getting a few more people on our buses, but not a huge amount. Bus line 1, which is bus line 1? Oh, bus line 1 is this silly one we've got here. That literally it's just the red one, it goes up and down. Bus line 1 doesn't really do much of anything, right? 30 patients in that hospital, which is like 6% efficiency for the cost. Yeah, I know, it's horrendous. But for some reason, the little medical centres just weren't doing it for people. They were complaining that there wasn't good healthcare coverage with the little medical centres, so it was an expense we just had to deal with. We are still cash flow positive, though. But our monthly income is basically government subsidies, which I straight up can't really do anything about. Our service fees are not too bad. We're taking in a bunch of money via electricity. We're not making much from our water or our garbage or our healthcare. But we are making nearly 500,000 via our education system. Our education is actually making us a big chunk of change. Hang on. This talk... how do I change the radio? It seems to revert the radio every time. Smooth beats, please. Non-stop music. This talk radio business is just a background annoyance. It was cheaper to move the industry zone. I unironically might just end up bulldozing this whole area if this doesn't fix itself eventually, because I think that this is why I kind of want to get people starting to live on this side of the map. This can just be this can just be shantytown. I don't hear any radio. I only hear you talk. Oh, you know what I probably haven't done? Oh, professional streamer. I haven't switched on the in-game audio for Skylines. There we go. Oops. Professional streamer, right? If we move more people out to the sort of east of the river, then they'll hopefully stop complaining about the health situation. Right, this little area padded itself out quite nicely and quite quickly. Look, we got some big row houses in here. Loads of people moved in here nice and quickly. We're up to nearly 20,000 people now. And yet the demand for housing is still high, so we might be able to build out this section as well. If the demand is there, we shall deliver. Let's put some row houses in here, along with some low population stuff in here. Oh, Constellation Apartments. The stars smile down on the residents of Constellation Apartments. A new unique building, signature building. +5 well-being within 1.3 kilometers. Boom, you're going in here. Boom. Doesn't look very signature, does it? I mean, I'll take it, but that's going to put the well-being in this neighborhood really good, because we've also got this over here as well. Is anybody living in our theatre actor mansion? Let's maybe not check the hot tub too soon. Oh, nobody lives there yet. Nobody lives there. Nobody lives here yet either. No residents. Got 8 houses though. Well, we'll start to see once these houses get built. We'll start to see some people getting in there. We should start to see some demand for commercial, hopefully. And then all of these places that have got... I wonder what we do with all of this. Do we just... Is there going to be a way to fix this not enough customers business? Struggling due to the lack of customers. Maybe there isn't much we can do. Maybe we just have to wait till they inevitably go out of business, go bankrupt, and then we bulldoze them. But it seems to be everywhere where we've put a commercial zone. Like, look, literally nearly every single building in our commercial zone is complaining. Which is, yeah. So it's like, what are you meant to do? It is clearly bugged, by the way. It's not acting as intended, but I was kind of hoping there'd be something I could figure out to do to semi-fix the problem temporarily, if nothing else. These are nearly finished building. We're getting there. Traffic is going to start flowing through this area now. This bridge, I do worry, is going to get, especially this junction, I do feel might end up getting very dense traffic in it, as this is one of only 2 ways across into this area. If we pack too many people in here, these are going to be 2 choke points. We'll fix some public transport options if it gets too crazy. But it's doing alright for now. Hello, Governor. How's the city doing? So far, so good. So far, so good. We do have some commercial problem, and we have a bit of a pollution problem that is seemingly difficult to fix. I wish there'd be a way for me to just say, yep, I know there's air pollution, sorry, and get all these icons off the map, but unfortunately not. We're getting a lot of air pollution from our industry over here. While we're now just waiting for some people to move in here, let's check some vitals. Are we good on... What's our roads looking like? Parking. We still haven't unlocked parking facility. Road condition. Green should be what we want. We want good quality roads everywhere. Our road maintenance depot is doing their work. They're currently out doing some snow ploughing. Currently out doing some road maintenance. So they're doing their bit properly, which is nice. We looked at traffic a minute ago. Traffic is not perfect, but it's also not terrible. Electricity. We are producing vastly more electricity than we need, so much so that we're actually exporting 120 megawatts, which is cool. Getting a bit of revenue from selling out the extra. It's this geothermal power plant that is really helping to make us some money. It was an expensive investment, but it's probably paid itself back already. So electricity is fine. We haven't got batteries yet. We haven't got any generators storing any electricity. Water. We have about 100,000 cubic meters a month leeway with our water availability, which is good. We've got a water pumping station here on top of a water reservoir. We've got another one up here also on top of a underground reservoir, which is cool. They're doing their job nicely. And what have we got here? This is a sewage treatment plant. Taking in 339 cubic meters of sewage. Is only 30% usage right now, and it's outputting 60 cubic meters of water. Healthcare is semi-problematic because of the smog pollution, but there's not much I can do about that. This will just have to be a low value area because of that. Garbage situation. There's no backup of trash anywhere. We are generating 133 tons of garbage a month, yet we are only processing 46 tons a month. Does this mean then that we have our landfill here, which is, oh dear, our landfill is starting to get very full. Very full. Enables the landfill to maintain a much larger fleet of trucks for garbage collection. The collection isn't the problem so much right now. Hazardous waste collection point, allowing garbage to be processed at a higher speed. What does that actually equate to? It's an extra 30,000. It doubles the cost. Processing capacity 1 ton a month. What? Oh, so that will actually, we're processing apparently 0.5 tons of garbage a month, and this will add 1 ton of processing capacity. That sounds terrible. That sounds absolutely atrociously low. Didn't we work out that we're generating 130 tons a month? We're processing 46 of it. We've got this over here, our incineration plant, which is processing the lion's share of our garbage, but can still actually only process 54 tons a month. Oh, we're going to have a garbage problem really quickly, aren't we? We're going to have a massive garbage problem. If we're producing 130 tons a month, we need like 3 times the incineration to just keep up with what we have right now. Oh no, that's going to be a problem. Maybe upgrade the incineration plant a bit. I don't think we're going to be able to upgrade it enough to make that much of a difference. We have, what upgrades do we have? Extra incinerator furnace. Adds an extra 25 tons a month of processing capacity, which is definitely a good start, but it also adds an additional 85,000 a month. It's already costing us 210,000 a month, so I guess that kind of is value for money in a way. Garbage truck depot enables the plant to maintain a much larger fleet of trucks. The collection of the waste isn't a problem so far. Allows for significantly larger amounts of garbage to be stored for burning. Well, if I'm honest, I would rather not be storing too much of it. I would rather that we are processing it as optimally. What's the point in storing it? What we might need to do more than anything else is make it so our residents are told to produce less. We could do like some zoning, for example, and like enforce recycling or something. I wonder how much that makes a difference. So if we say, for example, if we did a district.
This girl busts in line and starts filling up her drink, and she all looking at me like it's on. So I do a
full body girth like, and she's like, and I say, y'all, it's Spaz Electronics. So I'm waiting for my sister, and I got this polo shirt from him, and he comes up about.
So if we say this district here, which is now called Emerson Fields, Emerson Field, can we enforce like some garbage rules? Recycling. Citizens in the area are encouraged to recycle. This will reduce the amount of used resources, but will decrease their free time.
Nice shoes.
Thanks. They're Wofford's.
Oh, that's some
Okay.
fine stitching. Take them off. Let me see.
Well,
There's 1,842 residents in this area.
soft and strong,
They fit like a glove.
and they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, wait. Where are you going with my shoes?
I can't see any reason to not
They
encourage
sure
that.
are nice shoes.
Trucks and other heavy vehicles are forbidden from entering the district. This reduces noise and air pollution, and can help traffic congestion. Highways remain unaffected. Citizens are advised to pay attention to their use of electronic devices. Electronic consumption is reduced by 5%. Like, why would you just... What's the downside of these? I don't see what the downside of that is. Surely these policies should be like a little bit kiss curse. So like the recycling, obviously they make less garbage, but they have less free time, so their happiness is probably going to be slightly lower, right? Alright. Let's see how that continues to play out. Oh, has there been an accident? We've got some accidents on the go, look. Oh, somebody's had a boo-boo. We've had a couple of boo-boos. Oh, it seems to have cleared up now, though. Bit of a traffic jam because of a boo-boo. I'm kind of getting a little bit bored of winter mode. January 2024. Okay, we need to hit spring fast. I'm getting bored of everything looking white. It's the difference between Cities 1 and 2. If you take the base version of the game, Cities 2 is just kind of like upgraded a bunch of features. What you like, for example, like basic industry is just part of the game now. Their road creation and roundabout creation is just more sophisticated than it was with Cities 1. The downside is that you can probably still have a much better full city building experience with Cities 1 if you have all of the DLC. The full version of Cities 1 with all DLC is probably justifiably better still, especially considering all the modding and stuff you can do. But Cities 2 is definitely a really solid foundation for them to build on for the next 10 years, you know. Cities 1 with all DLC is like €300. Well, yeah, and that, I suppose. That's also a problem. Oh, we've had another traffic accident here. Oh no, it's just claiming that there's a traffic jam. The traffic is significantly slowed at this point in the road network. Okay, so we are actually starting to get some more backup going here. This is presumably Yeah, this was what was to be expected, right? Because what's happening now is that they're flowing through in off the highway, and they're all looking to go down here to probably continue on across here to get into the new residential area. Which is meaning this probably needs to be a roundabout as well. Why is this road not a upgraded road? That should be an upgraded road. That should be an upgraded road there. And actually thinking about it, this probably needs to be a roundabout, to be honest. Overlapping with this thing. What is this thing? The transformer station. What? A bottleneck has formed. What happened? What did I do? Is it just because this isn't plugged in again? Where did it go? Can we plug this back in, please? There we go, problem solved. We were going to make this a... do we make this a roundabout, or do you just... I think if we take out the traffic lights, this problem fixes itself if you just get rid of the traffic lights, you know. Or should we... I think this is a big enough junction now to be justifiable for a roundabout. Yeah, that needs to be a roundabout. This will let people, especially if people are coming in this way and most of them are wanting to just go right, it will allow them to just do that without slowing down any other traffic. Do you know how to use a VPN with BlueStacks for downloading Warcraft Rumble? I don't, because I didn't actually ever need to look into it. €394 to add all DLC to cart. I mean, in fairness, that's probably if you're just buying it off Steam. There's ways to make that substantially cheaper. I'm surprised, you know, they didn't just 50% the cost of all the DLC for City Skylines 1, because 2's coming out. But maybe that will be like a Christmas promo or something. Right, already traffic seems to be doing better here. This is a medium roundabout, and I suspect this is probably worth up... Oh, this is a medium roundabout. Oh, okay. You can get a discount, then it drops down to only 376. Oh, okay. Okay, it's still expensive then to get City 1 with all of the DLC. Maybe that is the incentive to pick up Cities 2. That if you want the full experience from Cities 1, it's going to cost you €400. Hey, we are very near to being a great town, look. A few more people moving in and we should be good. Yeah, this traffic seems to have fixed itself now just by putting that roundabout in, which is really good. We might, I mean, I hope not. We might start to see... No, I can't imagine there's... The next area that might be is here, but we've got a small roundabout in here anyway, which will keep this traffic flowing. How's this little area doing? Hey, this little area is padded out quite nicely, look. This is padded out nicely. Ah, the snow's melting. Joy of joys. I was getting bored of everything being white. Right, these little houses, who and what's going on in here? Everything seems to be doing alright. Relatively neutral in terms of they are super happy of the spacious home, the reliable mail service. There is a lack of entertainment that they're not best pleased of. Is that going to be a general consensus in this area? What's the downsides? High crime and lack of entertainment. I can't seem to get away from this high crime problem. But once again, I still think that it's a lie. Because when I go here and we've got crime probability. Crime probability is like, it's in the green, which means it's low. And police coverage, all apart from one little street here, is still good. So, I don't think that's high crime. It must be the prison. I reckon if we build a prison, it might be like the hospital. That even though they don't claim they need a hospital, until you build one, they're just not going to be pleased. Which could be a thing. Did we unlock... we got the police headquarters, the prison. 200,000 a month upgrade just to have a prison. Can be upgraded with a prison library and a rec center and additional wings for increased prisoner capacity. We need to unlock that then. Let's see what it takes to unlock a prison. No, this one. Police headquarters and then the prison. Oh, it's going to take all of our development points to do this. But I guess we need to then, alright? I guess we need the prison. Should we start maybe with just the police headquarters? Should we try with... because let's see if we can do it with just a police headquarters. Oh my god, saying that, this thing is 2 million gold. 310,000 a month. -5 to crime rate within 800 meters of the prison. That might just be it, mightn't it? Alright, screw it. Let's go straight for the let's go straight for the prison. Straight for the prison. Oh, she big. Let's put you here. Hey, well that gave us enough experience to become a great town. 2.2 million in cash, 9 new development points, and 12 land spaces. Did we unlock anything else? The high density business options as well. So we need quite a lot of extra experience now until we get high density offices and a few more. City promotion. Advertising increases the city's attractiveness, which brings in more tourists. This unfortunately also increases the crime rate. Interesting. Right, well there's our prison availability. It's just gone through the roof, right? Save the game, unlock it, try it out if it is. Well worth, even if you didn't need it. I mean, this entire playthrough is mostly about just figuring out what works and what doesn't. This thing is big. That's a big, chunky prison. Has that generally. High crime is now even higher than it was before. So, maybe not. Yeah, high crime has gone up. Even more of them are complaining about high crime. I think this is they've flipping got the switch backwards on this. I should just delete all police. Oh, I don't know. Alright, fine. Well. Okay, people want more offices. We said we were going to buy out some more space this way, weren't we? We don't want people living too close to the highway, because noise pollution is a thing. But maybe then that's some of them problem, isn't it? I reckon we could do with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll leave us with 4 more, but this gives us quite a bit extra room to build into and grow. 400,000. He's going to use 8 out of our 12 permits. Yeah. Let's do that then. Now we can build this out a touch more. I wonder actually if we should try and use those extra 4 to maybe put in another highway connection in here. If we can get another highway connection that then runs into this section, then it will take off some of the struggle of going through here. Because at the moment, everybody is literally, anybody that wants to be in our city is coming in through here. And that's why this isn't too bad for a bottleneck now. But it will become a problem. Maybe we can worry about that not today. Maybe we can just build out here a little bit more for now. So about here. Let's take... That road clearly is not straight, is it? Oh, why have we got bigger roads but not all over the place? Okay. The prison is a too good looking building. People seem to be more motivated to commit crime. The funny thing is that seems to be how it's working right now, which is odd. People are looking at this and they're like, wow, it looks like the Bellagio Hotel. I want to go to prison. That's not the kind of the thing. It's not what you're aiming for, but it does seem to be what's happening. Alright, we can build out from there a little bit. There's going to be loads of residential space. This is going to end up being probably a bigger road. Sounds like Vegas in reality. You look at Bellagio from the outside and it looks, you know, it looks grand. You go inside and it's a money prison. Your money goes in, it never comes out again. In a way, it is a prison. Or what we got going on here? Is this a traffic complaint? This is a traffic complaint. Traffic. Yeah, I knew this would become a problem, right? I knew this one would be a bottleneck. So much so that the way that I've built this, we are going to make a little change here. I'm going to annoy everybody while I do it, but this little change is going to be that this is no longer going to be here. Oh, I don't want to have to delete that whole section of road. Oh well. We are going to go from here. Like this. So there is no junction to begin with. You have to come in, and then what it means is we give ourselves a little bit more room to put a roundabout in here. Doesn't need to be a big roundabout, it just needs to be a roundabout, and then the traffic can flow into the central area a little bit more. Putting all the weight on this junction was probably never a good idea, because everybody was stopping here and wanting to turn up Franklin Street. Now they can get there, but they just have to go round, which I think is probably better for traffic flow, even if it's maybe annoyed a few people. Their journey's a touch longer, but I think you can press plus or page up to increase the inclination without having to click. Yeah, I've not learned the keybinds for this yet. Okay, this traffic will clear itself in a minute, I believe. Also, we have the clear and obvious problem that at the moment we've put all of the new stuff down here, so it's all coming in here. Once we build up here as well and spread it out a little bit, it'll get more people or more traffic will move over this way. Right, is this fixing itself? People are doing some lane hopping, which is the problem right now. Once the simulation has rejigged itself and they've recalibrated where everybody's going, it'll be fine. So they should flow down to here. It's still gonna take a minute for this to unfilter itself. I mean, what we could do, in theory, maybe this isn't the best idea. I mean, we could make this a one-way bridge, that you come in this way and you go out this way. Make this one way. No, because eventually all that will do is mean that anybody that wants to come into this entire area comes in one place. One way might not be the solution here. As long as there's not... Well, we are going to find that there's lots of people that will live here and then go work here. So this will start to get really quite busy. But once we build out a bit more, give them a few more options to get where they're going, they should be fine. If we can give them some jobs nearby. If we can put some offices... We got really big demand for offices right now. We should probably put some offices in and around here to attract people to live here and work close. Should we make a row for some offices? we could have this main... We could have a strip in here for offices. Maybe let's put... We know that's eventually going to go down that way. Let's maybe say we don't want it to go too far without a connection. Then we can get some offices on the go in here. I don't like that this bit's not straight. I want this to be quite a big row of just offices. At least to there, and then it can curve into here. Right, that can be a big load of offices there. That should keep them happy. Get some jobs in the area. Maybe incentivize some of these people who live here to work here instead. Now, I can't imagine too many people are going to want to live or be too happy about living quite so close to the highway, but maybe it just means that some part of it will have a little bit more noise pollution and just maybe won't be quite so valuable houses.
Thanks, they're Wofford's.
Oh, that's...
He's Grind, how we doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome.
Let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful leather.
Soft and strong.
We are still both cash flow positive, which is nice. We are also still growing, which is good.
They sure are nice shoes.
Heavy demand for residential still.
Filling up her drink, and she all looking at me like it's on. So I do a full body gurk like, and she's like, and I say, y'all, it's Spaz Electronics. So I'm waiting for my sister, and I got this polo shirt from him, and he comes up about to start, and I go like, and he's like, are you all right? Y'all, it's Spaz Electronics. Get y'all electronics down at Spaz Electronics. We got resistor, transistor, capacitor.
The lower rent provides lower tax income as a result, but fits more people in. Residential suitability. I guess this is just not so perfect for residential because there's a lot of traffic. How's the other side of the world today? All good, all good, all good. We played some WoW earlier. Got some auctions listed. No luck with Arthas, unfortunately, today. But now we're building some cities. Smaller roads are better roads for the residential. Less chance of it getting run over. Yeah, that's very true. Just wondering if we could squeeze in some medium density stuff in here. Or even some high density. I don't want too much high density in here. But it's got good access routes for traffic. Maybe I'll start with a little bit, just to see how it does. Even though there's not much of a demand for it now. Right, that should keep people very pleased residentially. Would you want to walk out of your front door onto a road where people are driving like they do here, 50 to 120 miles an hour? No, that's very true. That's very true. You are going to want to avoid that. This is why I've not connected these roads up to the highway here, because for now at least I don't think it's a great idea. We'll put a junction in here. I'm not too fussed just yet about getting these people easy access to the highway. If they got to get on the highway to go places, it's still not the worst route. Oh god, look at that. Look at our smog problem over here. There's no getting away from this, is there? There's no getting away from this. The air pollution coming from this coal power plant is on another level. I mean, the solution is to move the coal power plant. But with the wind going in that direction, I'm always going to have that problem, aren't I? Unless I just put the coal power plant all the way up here. What's this? What the hell? Companies working in this modern office building not only make sure that their justice is served, but their efficiency actually helps to reduce the crime rate in the neighborhood. Oh dear lord, yes, I need that in my life. Where's it gone? Is that a signature office building? -2 crime rate within 500 meters, +5 well-being within 500 meters, +1% university graduation chance, +5% interest in university education, and +1% office efficiency. Well, there's no reason we are not having that. That is an instant win. This gets prime real estate. Where does this get prime real estate? This gets prime real estate in here. Overlapping items. I know. Doesn't like being on a bendy road, apparently. Can we put you here where you're... Oh, no. Doesn't like bendy roads. Right, you go there then. Boom. Oh my god, look at the size of it. Looks like IKEA. Office efficiency, university interest, university graduation chance. And +5 well-being and -2 to crime rate. So has that helped these people shut up about their crime rate problem? In any way, shape or form? Okay. Now high crime is only at -7. Okay. Okay. Connecting anything to the highway, I've noticed, is just a bad idea all around. Invariably, it adds slowdowns on the highway, even when no one is turning. I'd always act with caution about connecting to the highway. You want to do it very sparingly. Because sometimes you actually want to make the traffic... Because I suspect the simulation is that they will take the highway if it's quicker to get from like here to here. Instead of going through, they will just go out on the highway, round and in. And it just pushes huge amounts of your traffic onto the highway because it's the fastest roads. And I think, well, I don't know how it works so much in this one, but Cities 1 used to put a high emphasis on travel time when it came to traffic. The less time it would take for somebody to, you know, they'll always take the shortest route, or the fastest route, should I say, which would clog your highways up loads. Right, we've got quite some traffic building up here now. Why is that a thing? Is that because people are trying to filter through to there as well? Or is it just because there's a lot going on around here? There's a bit of a traffic jam. I just wonder if that's... This is maybe because we've got this high residential high capacity residential. It's not particularly full though, mind. These guys are like minus 15 because of the high crime again. I'm seriously worried that my game is actually just going to get balked by this crime situation that I seemingly cannot fix. It's the one big negative, and I don't seem to be able to fix it. The only thing I can seem to do... I mean, jail availability is great. Prison availability is great. Average crime probability is 34%. But when you look at the map, like... people shouldn't be that pissed off about crime. It doesn't make any sense. I had people complaining about crime. They live next to the CIA headquarters. Yeah. Yeah, I worry it's just something that I'm not going to be able to overcome. And it just means the happiness level overall. But then again, I can probably state that it's just as broken that my reliable mail service is giving them +8 when, let's be real, it doesn't actually account for anything really. Because yeah, my mail service availability isn't actually that great. So the happiness thing, like the reliable mail service giving them +8 when actually the mail rate is greater than my processing capacity, it just doesn't make sense. I have one post facility, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mailboxes. It doesn't make sense that I'm getting so many plus happiness points from this, but not from... Yeah, it's just weird. Let's put one here. I don't know why industry would need mail servicings, but I guess it might. That doesn't fix the fact that my one and only post office is now starting to get a little bit overrun. Is this our post office? So you... Mail to deliver 0. Mail collected 17,776. A well-established postal service increases private citizens' well-being as it allows them to remain in contact with their friends and family. For businesses, the postal service is an important part of running a business smoothly. A lack of service can negatively affect companies and decrease their profitability. Mail to deliver is sorted mail waiting to be delivered to recipients within the city. Collected mail is mail collected from the city waiting for transportation to a sorting facility. Do I not have a sorting facility? Is that why that's stacking up? Mail storage extension. Post van garage. Post office. Post sorting facility. Processes and stores both local and intercity mail. Mail going to and coming from the outside city is carried by high-capacity post trucks, which helps reduce mail-related traffic on the roads. Can be upgraded with extra loading ramps and storage extension and automated storage systems. Well, I guess that's probably something that we should... Its upkeep is relatively small and its cost is relatively small. Maybe we should try and unlock that one then. Post sorting facility. Post sorting facility. Communications. Oh, that's a cheap one to unlock as well. Go on then. We'll have some of that. Post sorting facility. is it cheat mode to put it right next door to the post office? That just seems like smart business to me. Oh my god, maybe not. Look at the size of it. Can it go here? Oh, that's genius. Boom. In she goes. 80,000 a month. Local mail, global mail, unsorted mail, sorting speed. 0 of 5 vehicles in use. We can extend the storage space. We can add automated sorting. Mail is sorted more accurately, so trucks only carry the essential items for each run, results in increased sorting speed. An additional 25,000 a month sorting. Now, if I remember right, we didn't actually have that much backup anyway, did we? Where did we get 23,000 mail to deliver from all of a sudden? Okay, 40,000 stored mail, which is now being dispatched, I suspect, to here.
Those sure are nice shoes.
Thanks, they're Wofford's.
Oh, that's some fine stitching.
Post van is
All right.
Cat in a Cabin, Crescent Street.
Leather.
Soft and strong.
They fit like a glove.
And they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey,
I mean, that is
where are you
quite
going?
a facility, isn't it? That's going to
They sure
definitely
are
cause
nice
problems
shoes.
with me traffic. This screams... I don't see something about putting roundabouts everywhere feels really boring, but they're so overpowered because roundabouts just allow traffic to flow so much more smoothly as long as it's not constant 4-direction traffic, whereas traffic lights just seem to do terrible, terrible things. If I switch this over to a roundabout now, I reckon all of this problem goes away. Because this whole row of traffic is going to get stopped for these 2 cars to go past. Which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is becoming a roundabout. Boop. Now go, my pretties. Go whichever way you wish to go. And then the smaller roads can just feed in wherever there's a gap. These ones just wait a minute. And then the minivan will eventually, when there's a gap, filter in. I mean, he's probably getting pissed off now, but oh, he should have gone. He missed his opportunity. He snoozed, he loosed. You see, now the backlog on this main road has stopped, or the backlog has been unclogged. Now all of a sudden this small amount of traffic from the side roads has no problem. And now this whole section will just flow much more smoothly. This being a main road will allow for the traffic to flow unhindered, and the side roads filter in whenever there's space. Roundabouts are just superior. There's a really good vid on YouTube about how much work has gone into the traffic lights to make them work properly. There's timing, sensors, interactions with other lights, consideration, overflow, numbers of lanes, bypass lanes, etc. See, even in the real world, the use case for traffic lights is less a traffic thing and more of a pedestrian thing. The biggest reason why most cities, I think, use traffic lights as much as they do is because traffic lights are categorically safer for pedestrians. But as far as traffic flow is concerned, get rid of traffic lights. A road traffic engineer is actually a really in-depth field that most of us never really think about. Yeah, it's the kind of geeky job that I would like relish, if I'm honest, because it's all logistics and it's, you know, yeah, some statistical mathematics and all sorts of clever stuff. My landfill is in a terrible situation. We're at 664 tons of garbage. We're going to have a real landfill problem on our hands like yesterday. We need more incineration facility, and that I think is causing vast amounts of pollution, meaning I want to whack it over this corner where it's not going to cause me an issue. I need to build another one of these. I still hover over something and press Q to copy it. 115 tons of stored garbage. It is processing 44 tons a month because it's got slightly higher efficiency. We need just another one of these. Another incineration plant. Is it maybe time for us to up our game with this though? Can we do landfill, incineration plant, recycling center is something we should work towards maybe. Industrial waste processing site. Oh, 6.3 million to build this thing. Okay, that's not happening anytime soon. Specialized facility for collecting and handling the most hazardous and toxic waste products that is resulted from industrial production. As these dangerous substances are collected away, the ground pollution produced by all industrial buildings is then lowered. Okay, we will most definitely want one of those eventually, but I don't think just yet. I think realistically we just need another incineration plant. It's another million and it's another 210 a month upkeep, but it will produce more electricity for us. Now, I don't particularly want to spread these out too much. I kind of half want to put all of these in the same sort of place. It would keep all of the traffic for this to a similar route. But I actually want to put these way out of the way because of the pollution they produce. We've already got vast amounts of pollution here. If I go whack another one of these right next door to it, we're just going to double this issue. And our air pollution is all... In fact, this thing's actually not doing too much for the air pollution. It's this flipping coal power plant. We can bin this off, you know. Can I not? I can bin this off now. We've got this geothermal thing. Can I just can this? I keep wondering if you can terraform landfill sites and just sink them. I intend to just get rid of the small power plant right now. There's also whatever this is going on over here. This is just the rock mining section is also adding to the pollution, but this is the primary cause of it, look. The incineration plant's not actually that bad. But this entire section of the map is dead to me for residential. If I keep building industry here. How do I fix this? Do I just buy... I've only got 4 slots of land. I could buy 1, 2, 3, 4 slots of land and just build the incineration plants all up here. So then it pisses off out the map where I don't have any control over it. Because all of the wind is then this way. Then it's just no longer a problem for me ever again. I'm very tempted to do that. I could buy all 4 of those. Yeah. This is what we're doing. So let's then take this road. Oh, this isn't even a main road. How's this not even a main? Surely this should be a main road. Okay, well it's going to be a main road from the hospital. No, it's not going to be... Oh, wait, it can be that way. Ta-da! This is how we're going to do it. We're going to get our incineration out the way. Can we move you? Relocate you. Up here. Hang on. Hang on. Relocation is costing me just as much as building it again. Oh, it's not. It's close, but it's not. Right, you move up here. We're going to build another one of those. What happened to the land? Oh, okay. It's done a bit of a madness on the land. That's fine. It's because we built it on a big hill. Right, we now need a second one of these. Okay. Need some power connection for these, apparently. Let's take this out. Power. We should probably. Oh, I don't want to run power directly up this way because that looks gross. Okay, we're gonna have to kind of snake it there anyway, aren't we? That's annoying. Okay, that'll do. That'll do for that. Now we need to connect it up this way. Boop. Is that a connection? Connected. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right, so you pair should be happy now. Even though you're, like, miles away.
Oh, that's some fine stitching. Take them off. Let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful leather.
Soft and strong.
We should now have
And they look
40,
Thanks, buddy.
80 tons a month of incineration plant.
They sure are. Nice shoes.
80 tons a month, whereas we were producing how much?
This girl busts in line
Oh no, we're producing 147 tons a month and we're only processing 85 of it. And we've only got 4% landfill. Oh no, it's going horribly wrong, horribly fast. That's going horribly wrong, horribly fast, isn't it? We need to... Do we... Oh, we... Technically, we need 2 more of these. Can we justify 2 more of these? I mean, I don't think we have any choice, do we? Otherwise, we're going to have to put more landfill down. Putting landfill down seems like a short-term solution to a long-term problem. The garbage problem is never going to go away, so we should maybe just try and get on top of it as fast as we can. At least this produces electricity for us. So, you know. I think we need to go for a third. I think we need a third already. Okay, they're all online. We are going to have garbage trucks for days coming up and down this road now. This is going to cause some problems. Especially, whoa. Especially when we get into this area. Because it's going to jam a huge amount of traffic through here. But there's really not much we can do about that. It's just going to have to be at least this road right around here. Hopefully they'll take this road a little bit more. Because yeah, this is now practically full. Allowing garbage to be processed at a higher speed. I think I need that. I think we need to churn through this. Whoa, what happened to the land here? The instant placing of some of this stuff is very wacky. Very wacky. Can I smooth that out a little bit? Even I can't look at that and think that's sensible. Oh god, what have you done? Okay, it just doesn't seem to want to be manipulated. Oh dear god, and then we do random stuff like this. No, it's still just hella broken. Can I undo? No, it's just gonna be broken. Oh well, it's wibbly wobbly, but it'll do its job. Right, 1 tons a month is being processed here. We've got 685 tons of stored garbage. This is never going to deplete, is it? It's just going to be full. That landfill is just going to be destined to be full forever. Has our air pollution made any significant change since we got rid of this? We've got to get rid of this coal power plant. We should be so good on electricity. We are consuming 129 megawatts of it. We are producing 220 megawatts of it though, meaning this 22 megawatt small coal power plant we can just get rid of. We don't need it. We don't need it, and also it is causing huge amounts of pollution for us, or is the cause of a lot of pollution for over here. Can I just delete it? It's costing us 70,000 a month to keep it up and running, and it's producing basically nothing for us. I'm pretty sure you can cheat power, terraform up really high, and then place some wind turbines. Then terraforming all the land around them back down again. Oh, really? That's quite funny. Let me just... Does not produce anything or provide any services. The inactive building requires only minimal maintenance and thus consumes only 10% of its normal upkeep. Well, I'm going to turn that off for a while. And I'm going to see if turning that off helps with the pollution around here. Because it should do, really. It should help this be less gross. Alright, plenty of dump trucks flowing down here. Right, it looks a bit silly. It looks a bit silly having these just out in the corner. But I think long term, pushing more of the industry into this corner. Because if the wind is coming this way, if more industry is in this corner, it can never cause us a problem because it just goes off the map. Or should we say it's somebody else's problem? That's the main trick, I think. Right, we have seemingly a high demand for residential again. Hey, have you noticed some of our shops are complaining less that there's not enough customers now? I wouldn't say it's fixed by any means, but there is a bit of a demand for commercial. Oh, we got one tower block here, look. One of our high capacity, 255 residents in here. 66 seniors, 181 adults, 7 teens and 1 child. There's only 1 child living in that entire apartment block. Okay. I think that's our first high residential area. Look, this is medium stuff. I noted on one of my maps that towards the late stage I was getting pollution blowing in from a neighboring city. Oh really? Oh well, that's gross. That's just not fair, is it? Maybe I'll put all of my industry this side, and I'll just terraform a big wall. Big wall, preventing it from getting, and then tunnel through the, put, you know, subways from one side to the other. Okay. I think these two industry spots are producing a lot of this problem as well, but I think deactivating that coal plant has definitely also helped to minimize this. Hopefully that will calm down a bit soon then. Can you turn your wind farm the opposite way to blow the pollution away? I don't know. I can't imagine you can, but that would be quite a clever game hack if you could. Place a wind farm, blowing the pollution another way. Average commercial profit is 88%. Average industry profit is 40%, and average office profit is 80%. That's got to be really good, right? After paying their running costs, companies use their income and wealth to level their buildings, which increases their effectiveness. Companies attempt to maximize their income. This means they adjust the number of employees according to how well the company is doing. If a company's income and wealth are both negative, the company will go bankrupt. So, some places are doing better than others. See, this is the thing, right? These shops that were complaining they don't have enough customers, they're all very profitable businesses still. Yeah, the commercial is just seriously broken right now. Industry, you never expect it to be so profitable. So this makes a lot more sense. Yeah, commercial is like absolutely blasting monies. I should be taxing commercial like ridiculous amounts more if this is the case. Can I put your taxes up because you're clearly making bank? We are making a lot from textiles, a lot from vehicles. If I put the taxes up slightly on vehicles and textiles, because there's clearly a lot of that. Oh my god, we're importing nearly 600 tons of grain now. Clearly don't have anywhere near enough agriculture going on.
Well, all right.
Beautiful leather.
Soft and strong.
They fit like a glove.
And they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, wait. Where are you going with my shoes?
Huh. Wofford's. They sure are nice shoes.
Oh no, we've dipped into minus monies again. Maybe adding all of these incineration plants got costly quite quickly by the looks of things. We've still got nearly 300k a month in government subsidies. That feels like a hack that we should try and avoid. Service fees, trade services. We're exporting electricity. That's the only thing we're exporting. We're still making an awful lot from our education. It's our number one, apart from obviously regular taxes. Our education is still our number one moneymaker. Commercial tax is making us 116. Industrial tax is making us nearly 500,000 now. Offices have overtaken commercial tax, but residential tax is now up to 1.3 million. So yeah, commercial and office is really not giving us much of anything, is it? Few red dots going on over here, waiting for a hearse. Few people waiting for some. Okay, our medical coverage over this side is clearly not great. We haven't built any services over this side yet, actually. Almost none. This problem doesn't seem to be going away. I don't think this has really done much to fix anything. Maybe it might take a while for it to slow down. And actually looking at these, our full 5 out of 5 coal mine and our 4 out of 5, nearly 5 out of 5 rock mine are producing vast amounts of air pollution. Now, coal, if I remember right, has to go. Coal has to go on an ore patch, but stone does not. Stone can go anywhere. Theoretically, meaning that this stone patch here doesn't actually need to be here. This is producing a lot of pollution for us, and it doesn't need to be here. Because it's choking out all our residential. Stone I could put anywhere. That might need repositioning somewhere, possibly. Okay. Well, we are moving up. We're moving up slowly. We've not got quite as far as I would have expected. We are still growing. Our population is still going up, which is good. I have deeply dove into negative money, though. So I want to try. Maybe I can fix it. We've got big demand for residential, so maybe we just pad out this area a bit more with some living quarters, get some more people in, and the tax from that will fix the deficit we're now in. But we are hopefully fixing this problem. The commercial issue of not enough customers, I can't seem to fix. It doesn't seem to want to go away however I hack it. It is known to be bugged anyway. This little new neighborhood is starting to grow nicely. Everything is ticking over quite nice. Either boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. Tomorrow, it's only 50-50 if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, mostly because there's quite a lot of things happening towards the weekend. Obviously with BlizzCon, with the launch of Warcraft Rumble, I might take tomorrow as a day to get a few, real life bits and pieces sorted that I've been putting off doing that I need to get done. And also I might try and get some YouTube content prepped and ready before the weekend. So that might be my damn adult things. Adulting doing adult things. Frustrating, But boys and girls, thank you all for joining today. I know we've jumped around, we've done a few different bits and pieces, but I'm having fun playing City Skylines, and of course we're keeping World of Warcraft ticking over until 10.2. So we will probably continue that same sort of process up until the weekend. So give if you're watching on YouTube, give the video a like. It definitely helps the channel for sure. Hit the subscribe button if you're new over there. And for Twitch, make sure you hit that follow button. And of course, always make sure to check for that Twitch Prime. If it's lying about, I will happily take it off your hands. But boys and girls, have yourselves a wonderful day. Come say hi in the Discord if you haven't already. And I will catch you all, if not tomorrow, on Wednesday. Have a good one. Peace.